So where we left off, you guys arrived in the capital. Huge city, big, bustling. Looks like it could probably swallow Savaria, and you wouldn't even know it happened. You met Adari with mixed reactions. She's a rather stern but passionate woman who cares a lot about what she's trying to do. Malik wasn't in a great emotional state, having, concealed some pretty serious stuff from Adari. Starting a gang war with the jackals and stuff like that. But after maybe a somewhat tense conversation, Adari's kind of swung around, and you have her support going forward. But in the meantime, she has asked you to help her find a missing gnome by the name of Faye. And she needs Faye. It is one a friend, a close friend, but also a valuable member of Vox Libertatis, as she has some kind of connection with a senator, which is very valuable as Adari is under close scrutiny right now. You, as a group, went to Faye's house, managed to gain entry, suffered the wrath of a couple of different traps, and you found a rather small, kind of cramped house in northern Silverward. 3 stories. The entire house itself was very Spartan. Bare necessities in terms of like furniture and things that are in there. But you did find on the top floor a very peculiar room, just literally full of all kinds of mechanical components, alchemical supplies, magical supplies for crafting different various things. And in this entire workshop was inside a room that was inside a lattice of metal that prevented any detection of the magical contents that were inside. You found numerous notebooks, looked like technical journals, all written in some incomprehensible language. And we are picking off in the street just outside Faye's house. It is about noon, and you currently have about a dozen or so of these journals in your possession. You've locked the house back up, returned everything as much back to normal as you could. What would you like to do now?
I think we said we were going to wait till tomorrow. Ox, you said you could get that spell to read these journals, right?
Yeah, I could look at it tomorrow. I've got this really nifty spell called like comprehend languages or something, and it works really great in a pinch. But I don't have it prepared today, so I can do it first thing tomorrow.
Well, sounds like the rest of the day is ours then.
What, Alvyn? What are you thinking?
Sorry, my expression right now is not Alvin's. It is Noah's, because Zach looked way too happy when you were talking about that spell.
Oh, really?
Oh, no, I'm just smiling at you guys. I'm waiting to see what happens next. I'm interested to see where you guys go next, that's all.
Yeah.
Don't mind me over here.
Yeah, all right.
Me with my knowing GM smile, don't mind me.
Well, if we're done here, I can think of one place where a lot of people group together that we might be able to talk to some people about stuff.
No matter where we go, I should probably get changed. I'm not exactly in a presentable state.
I don't know, I quite like I'd call it smoldering look.
Alvin gives you a smoldering look.
Yeah, something like that.
So going back to the bearded barrel brewing.
Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe we can drop the books off as well.
Fair enough. Janus, are you still
Be a
interested
good
in
idea.
doing some diplomatic work today?
I would like that.
Excellent.
Get a lay of the land and see who's in town.
What's your hair today?
Councils and such.
Oh, but you prestidigitation,
Yes.
right? Or
No, the hair was a
Like
kind of a
mint green, right?
yes,
He
kind of like a bright mossy green.
He used prestidigitation to change his clothes to match the color of his hair,
Hmm.
not the other way around.
so it's almost a leprechaun. Oh.
So we'll have to-
You two want any assistance in the diplomatic scene?
See what we can find.
Yeah, so
See what favors we can accrue.
I have a question.
you never know what an incendiary gnome could do for a diplomatic situation.
Between a gnome, a half-elf, and a human, and a color-changing human, which one of us would look the most noble, or would be more believable as noble?
Well, why do we have to dress up as noble, though?
I mean, I could put on my incredibly nice robes.
I
Be
was
careful not to watch for rugs.
I was thinking that whatever this circle of champions is, if you guys don't all want to fight, I mean, one of you could be my patron, and then schmooze the people that pay for their fighters, while I try to talk to the fighters and try to get some information that way.
It's worth the effort, I'd say.
Aye.
That'd be a good idea.
Well, if you two are planning on going and playing politics, I might as well go with Ox and schmooze some patrons.
I would like to point out that the party has just made a very fateful decision to leave Jake and I alone.
I think we should stick together. Why don't we? Okay, how about this? Let's see what we're up against. So let's go change clothes, and then Alvyn, you go talk to like the circle of champions, see what it takes to get in, and like what the hierarchy maybe is here, like if they are patrons, and like how you can get in on an inner circle maybe, before we just like split up.
Sounds good.
Janus, Sam.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm going for anything that involves a little bit of talking. I haven't gotten to do enough of that.
She starts booking it towards the tavern, the inn. Great,
The
let's
bearded
go.
barrel?
Let's go.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, you get back to the Bearded Barrel. It's noon, so the place is pretty empty. There's maybe a couple of people in there eating lunch. It is a tavern; they serve food as well. So,
Go fast, Alvin. Go change.
Yeah, I will change into my green and gold robes.
where are you right now? While he's changing.
Downstairs
Okay.
in the bar area.
Okay. There is a large poster on the wall near the door, and in big letters at the top says the Trial of the Sands at the Circle of Champions.
Oh, guys!
1st of 2nd seed through the 15th of 2nd seed.
That's right now. I'm gonna read it. What's it entail?
A lot of it's just it's a lot of it's just grandstanding, like amazing fights, exotic creatures,
What's it called?
one-on-one combat
What's it called?
and team combat.
What's it called?
The Trial of the Sands.
Who's standing there with Ox? Anybody standing with Ox? Or are you guys all going to your rooms?
I mean, you told Alvin to hurry up and go get changed.
Well, yeah, so Alvin's not there.
I wasn't getting changed.
Yeah, I think Janus and I were just hitting it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys not sticking together then?
Are they drinking? No, like they're together. We're just waiting for Alvin to change.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you two see, like, as Ox is, like, kind of looking around a little impatiently, and then all of a sudden just almost practically runs over and starts reading this poster. Probably visually getting more and more anxious as she's reading it.
Do you think that's related to the fight ring?
Certainly looks that way. I've known Ox to get excited about exactly one thing.
Fighting.
Better go check it out. Make sure she doesn't
Can
get
I
herself
ask you,
hurt.
do you know why she likes fighting so much?
I think it's all a pastime for her. Way to express herself, perhaps?
So it's
If you want a more
artistic.
specific answer, you'd have to.
It's art.
What was that?
It's artistic.
It's called Mortal Kombat, and it's art.
I suppose you could ask her. She's already
Good.
there. Seems that she's taken a liking to you. I suppose we all have, but she seems to open up to you a bit more than Alvin or myself.
It's I think at this point, Alvin has changed it now. It's now coming
Alright.
downstairs.
Yeah. Alvin comes down dressed in these vibrant green robes, deeper green, but not like incredibly dark, with a lot of gold embroidery work that definitely look more expensive than all of the other robes that you may or may not have seen him wear.
Whoa! Alvin, you're like either noble or you look like a kid on a Hallows Eve. You look great!
What exactly is a Hallows Eve?
Where people dress up in like fancy costumes and they pretend to like. It's for kids. You're just short. I was just making a joke.
Is Ox within earshot of Sam?
I mean, you're in the same room. If you whisper, then maybe
Yeah.
not, but
You look great! Hey, check this out! Look what I found.
What's up there?
It's called the Trial of the Sands. It looks like it's been going on for a few days. Lots of like.
Is there anything about patrons?
Anything about patrons? Nope.
mostly says like win, glory, and money.
Win, glory, and money. If you like money. Do you like money?
Yeah, I like money.
Looks down at his robes.
I've
You could say that.
never asked you this. Alvyn, how old are you?
70 years old.
How old is that for a gnome?
I wouldn't say it's exactly old. How old are you?
27?
And how old is that for a half-elf?
Still very young. We have similar lives to elves, but not perfect lives like elves. I mean, I've known some that live long, some that don't, so it kind of varies. Versus an elf, it's for sure, and human is definitely not very long. In the grand scheme of things, I guess.
Aye.
Well, should we go? Janus, Sam, you want to? I want to go check out this Trial of the Sands.
Could be interesting. Could get some information.
I mean, I'm not lying. Though I'm lying if I say that money isn't an enticement of a sort.
Yeah, and I could fight while I earn you guys some money.
So, hold on, are we all going to be fighting or just you then?
I don't know. It says groups. It says one-on-one. We could just see what they have.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm wondering if I should go there as a patron or I should go there as I don't know, a contestant.
Well, I could be a contestant, and you could be patron, and we could just ask and see what happens. Like, we're just gonna go ask. I don't think they're starting right now. Like, it's noon. Fights don't usually last all day.
That's fair. Alright, no harm in asking.
Janus, you feeling okay over there?
I am. You know, I've never really gotten into a major fight before, except for those twig jacks. I've never actually fought for money either.
Oh, well, it's like for fun, but someone pays you because you entertain them.
Fighting's not fun. At least not for me.
That's fair.
Well, perhaps we should stick to the original plan then.
Aye. Another thing I just like to put on the table is just thinking about it, it might be a good idea to keep me out of the ring, because,
What?
well, you know.
You're really good.
Yeah.
Why would we keep you out of the ring?
He's a little bit too good once he gets worked up.
What? Are you, like, you don't want to,
What?
like, do you kill people?
Never mind, let's just go.
I mean, I've killed people, but, like, okay. Whatever. We'll just go, I guess. Sam, maybe you and me could be in the ring.
If you want me in the ring, I'll join the ring. But don't say I didn't warn you.
I think perhaps this is the best plan. I'm not sure that... I don't know, fighting today seems like a... It's not one of my talents to be best used. I'll say that.
It says it's going to the 15th. We have time.
All right, let's go. Let's go check it out. See what they say.
Righty then.
Do you want to go ask first, and then if it's like weird, then I can just go and ask, or do you want me to ask first, and then you can ask? So it's not.
Oh, you ask first, and I'll just kind of stand in the background.
Okay. Janus and Sam, you should be like a block away then, in case it's weird. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
I think we're overthinking this.
Okay, let's just go.
I think a bit.
I suppose that's what they have guards for here.
We head towards this little champions.
Okay.
I'm just gonna reiterate my warning that Jake and I are about to go off alone.
Oh,
I see no
I
problem.
thought you
with
guys
that.
were. Oh no! I thought you guys were waiting because we were just gonna ask
They're with us
around
still.
here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
we were
didn't
gonna
think
ask.
you guys were.
I was planning to ask around the Coliseum.
okay.
Just talk to
Never
people and
mind.
stuff.
I misunderstood the plan.
Where were you thinking of going to talk to people?
Oh, I thought we were gonna head basically to the Senate. Just start asking around there.
That's how you get on the good side of a senator. Just walk into the Capitol building and be like, "Hi,
Well, I wasn't
can
gonna. I wasn't
one of
gonna.
your time?"
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
that
we
worked out
saw
for us.
that how that went a couple of
America.
like a few weeks ago.
Topical.
Hey, let me in.
That wasn't exactly what I meant. I mean, hang
I
around.
think you guys are
know?
screwing stuff up in here.
Well, if you roll a low on diplomacy, that's exactly what it's gonna look like.
You're gonna have wearing "Make Illyria Great Again" hats, mega.
Oh god.
Oh no!
No, I don't think that's rolling a nat 1 on diplomacy. I think that's rolling like a 5 on intimidate.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Okay. You
But
guys.
yeah, we can hang out by the.
You exit the bearded barrel, and you start walking down the street towards the sounds of the Colosseum, the crowds roaring.
There's a fight going on right now. Why didn't we do this sooner?
And my question is, are you guys going to watch, or are you trying to talk to someone about like joining or taking a fight?
I wanna.
I'm tailing Ox.
So if there's a fight, we're gonna ask and see like how to join, like how it works, and then we should figure out like if we're gonna join, we should definitely watch a fight first before it's like it's official. I mean, Ox is gonna want to just join, but you might have to like hold her back and be like, let's just look and see what we're up against first before we just waste X amount of gold.
Would it make sense for Janus and Sam to find seats somewhere and just like kind of watch for a little bit?
Well, it sounds like you're thinking about watching a fight first anyway.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was picking up.
But
But like independently, should we?
that's up to you
Nope,
guys.
never mind.
That would be.
It depends
smart.
on the circles you want to talk
Yeah.
to.
If you're not,
Oh yeah, if we go in separate directions, we might be able to gather more information.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Let's everyone split up.
yeah. I mean, you can hand wave it.
Let's split up and search for
roll
clues.
this and this and
Hours later, the Coliseum's on fire. One
Work.
person's in jail. One
If it
person's
works
dead.
in Scooby Doo, it'll work for us.
Right.
Infallible, though,
I was just
right?
about to say Noah
it's-
pulled out his red ascot there for a second.
it's infallible as a part of any kind of role-playing game campaign, right? Even though we have an entire party of GMs right here, you guys want to split into individuals and put all that work on me.
Yes.
What could go wrong? You know, someone getting
This is your
attacked.
test. We're taking notes.
Yeah, right.
If
So
someone
the
gets
previous
Turns
what,
out this is your
15,
performance review session.
however many sessions, how many sessions are we into this now?
This is 18.
18. The previous 17 sessions weren't enough.
And 2 battle royales.
I've been playing D&D for like 7 years now, and I've never learned a single lesson.
That is
Jacob,
true,
no,
Jacob.
that's not true. Jacob, you've learned how to make characters.
That's true.
I've learned how to make backup
You've
characters.
made a lot of
A backup
characters.
Do you have a backup character right now?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right, so
Oh,
you approach the
Mhm.
Circle of Champions, the
Mhm.
Colosseum. There are pennants snapping in the breeze. You hear the roar of crowd and awes and cheers, and
Where's the gate?
there are several gates.
I go to a gate.
You go to a gate. Okay.
Lost Jacob.
Got my own side table over here, and I'm still running out of space. There's my desk. Okay. You go to the gate. At the gate, there is a small little kiosk where there's a person standing there in what appears to be a uniform. It's really nothing to be like too crazy about. It's just kind of drab colors, but it's clean and not covered in dirt.
Excuse me, madam.
I'm a man.
Oh, I'm sorry. You look like a girl from behind.
Yeah, whatever. You wanting to get in?
Yeah. How does someone join this or get in to watch?
Get in to watch. It's 5 silvers.
Okay, how much to play?
Oh, I don't know. That you have to go around to the other gate.
Which one?
Oh, the one on the north side.
Thank you. I'll go back to Alvyn and the group. Okay, so it's 5 silver to get in, just to watch, but if we wanted to go figure out how to join, we should go to the gate on the north.
Sounds like we're going to the gate on the north then.
Mm-hmm. We're going to the north.
Okay. Okay. So you guys circle around. There are 6 entryways. 4 of them look like they're kind of in the north, northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast corners of this circular structure. And then there are 2 other gates. One of them looks like a huge, like massive portcullis, covering an iron-bound door. And the other one is a smaller door, or a smaller gate that just says over the top, gladiators.
Ah! That's the one.
Okay. Okay. There's no one outside. It's just a door.
Knock on the door.
There's no answer.
Alvyn, can you open this door?
Is this the north gate?
Yes, it's on the north. It's the north side. Yeah,
Does it look like a gate or a door?
it's a door.
I'll try the handle.
It opens.
Oh, well, thank you, Alvyn. I go inside.
Okay, inside, there's a small room with a counter directly across from you.
Should always
And
try that
there's-
first.
There's doors on either side, and there's like a bench. Really plain, really simple. And behind the counter, there's 2 people. One of them looks like they're taking a nap, honestly. The other one kind of perks up as you come in. Yeah. Are you here for a fight?
How much to play?
Have you scheduled for a fight?
Nope. How do I do that?
Well, come right over here. As you step up to
Yep.
the thing. Okay. Let me see. And he kind of pulls open basically a ledger, what looks like a ledger. And he goes through it. Okay. Well, it looks like we've got quite a few fights already scheduled, but there is, it looks like a space for one today. And today?
What's that one entail? 1-on-1?
Oh, well, that's actually, it's your choice. It hadn't been filled yet. So, we have this whole Trial of the Sands event going on right now. I think the capital brought in some things from Lunabar. So it's all sand themed and deserts and stuff like that. So there's a couple of fights. Have you been here before? Have you fought here before?
No.
And will your friends be joining you?
Maybe.
Okay. Well, I'll just explain from the beginning then. Of course, need you to fill out a contract, just really simple. Disavows the Circle of Champions for responsibility for any kind of lasting permanent injuries despite medical intervention.
I'm gonna give it to Alvyn
I'll read.
to read
Through
it.
it.
It is a laundry list of not responsible for lost limbs, not responsible for lost eyes, not responsible for permanent brain damage, not responsible for lasting chronic disorders, not responsible for dissolving skin, not responsible for transfiguration, not responsible. It just keeps going, like it goes on for a really long time.
Wow.
Do I see death anywhere in there?
Yes, that's two.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, of course, if you're not familiar, the standard rate for joining a fight is 100 gold per fighter. It's okay. Hold on. Let me explain, because you can make that money back very easily, assuming you win. 100 gold per fighter, and that really just covers magical expenses for reviving you should you die.
This place is amazing!
Now, so you fill out this contract. In there, it also details, we have clerics on hand that will do their best to revive you, or your friends should they join as well. And right now, let's see. If you want a one-on-one fight, I know Actinius is he's available this afternoon. He had a fight earlier, but he came out of that fairly unscathed. It was a quick fight, so the crowd would like something longer.
What?
If you manage to win, that'd be 500 gold pieces.
I look at Sam and Alvyn and Janus.
That one is a one-on-one fight, of course.
I'll kind of look back and I'll say, about this trail of the Sam's business.
Now, if you are wanting something a little more team-oriented, we have a couple of different trials of the sands. The lowest pots are 400 gold pieces. There's a 600 gold piece fight, a 1,000 gold piece fight, and then the 2,000 gold piece fight. So far, no one's been brave enough to take that top one, but...
Janus! I just run over him. Janus, how much could we convince you that it would take to convince you to fight with us?
What size do the teams need to be?
Team size is your choice. You could go one-on-one if you want to, but...
For the 1,001 or 2,001?
I don't think it lasts very long.
Janus!
He just gives you like a once-over, like...
That is a lot of money.
I'm still reading through this
Yeah.
document, by the way.
It's still going. You're just reading a list of possible injuries. It's really...
It's like the Hobbit contract.
Yes, exactly.
Can I see the contract first?
Oh, you like contracts! Yeah!
Oh, sure. How about it?
I should have given it to Janus to look over.
'Kay.
Crap.
Janus, go ahead and give me a... Do you have a linguistics trained?
No, I do not have linguistics.
Make an intelligence check.
Tell me what the roll is.
Hmm?
Tell me what the roll is.
Okay, and I just got a new die set today because
Nice.
I went to Adventures Underground and could not help myself.
Let's hope that it
Nice.
doesn't need to get jailed
Show it off.
immediately.
Let's see it. What's
Yeah.
So, it's quite evil that they have these things right at the checkout.
Yes.
Oh,
So it's like
nice.
orange letters with like a
Nice.
clear amber, almost like a fiery type look to him.
I like it.
Really
Those
cool.
are cool.
That
That's
Those are
really
very
nice.
cool.
May it serve
Okay.
you well.
First roll with it. I haven't rolled it yet. Intelligence is going to be +3, so that is a nat 20.
Oh, yes!
Oh, he broke the curse.
You broke the curse!
Ooh,
So I want
All right,
you...
you're out of the group.
So
roll
that's-
with this die set.
That is so perfect, Jacob, because this metal dice that Jessica got me, the very first roll I ever rolled with this die was a nat 1. So it's like, it's so perfect.
The curse
Oh.
is broken.
Okay, so a total of 23.
Wow.
Janus, you start perusing through this contract. It all seems it's very well written. There's nothing in there that is deceitful or subversive, I guess you could say. They're not, they're not trying to cheat you out of it. They're just basically trying to cover their bases and say, look, you're entering an arena to fight potentially to the death you need you got to accept the responsibilities that go with that, and then it outlines the medical services on hand. There are several high-level clerics of the Stormlord and various other deities as well. But clerics of the Stormlord tend to be drawn to this type of thing. And they are on hand to provide medical attention to the best of their abilities. And the costs of those are included in the 100 gold entry fee.
All right, that sounds all pretty straightforward.
And then it's literally pages of possible injuries, and some of them get pretty graphic.
Janus, would you want to join? What would it take to get you to join?
500 gold.
No. 2,000 gold.
2,000 gold. 500 for me.
Oh.
Because I'm assuming we're splitting the money.
Yeah.
Or do we have a... Oh, I should probably ask. Do we have a party fund or something?
You're gonna
The
love
thing to
this.
keep in mind is that if we all enter that 2,000 gold fight, or if we all enter any of these fights, we're out 400 gold.
There's also the small matter of we don't even know what the fight is.
Okay, wait.
Exactly.
How about this? How about I do the low one with...
Now let's hold on. Let's hold on a moment. We cannot forget the plan we had before we came in here. Let's see what one of these fights looks like first.
Okay.
We do have time.
But I could win the low fight, then we'll have 500 gold.
You could also lose it, and then we'd be out 100 gold.
Not to mention, losing entails presumably some sort of horrible injury.
Question.
That as well.
Yes?
What goes in these fights? Can you take in armor and, weapons? Magic users? What's banned?
Nothing.
Great!
This
I
is
think
a
I can win.
gladiatorial fight to the death. Just put on a good show.
Alvyn,
Either
I
win
have a question.
spectacularly or die spectacularly, but then get resuscitated, of course.
I do have a quick
You
question.
No one's face.
What? So the people who watch these things, are any of them high up nobles or senators? What's the kind of crowd like?
I mean, I don't I don't fly in those lofty circles, but yeah, they have their own private boxes. Sometimes they watch them. I think there's usually at least, well, with the amount of games that we've been having lately, there's usually a senator or two, some wealthy higher ups.
This Octinius, if someone were to beat him, is that a big deal?
I mean, you would win.
But is it like it's your guys' champion? It's kind of a big deal if someone finally beat him.
Oh, Actinius has lost before. He's not undefeated. Very, very few people go undefeated in the Circle of Champions, and those that do, well, they're remembered. It is called the Circle of Champions.
Sam, I'm gonna need to borrow 100 gold.
Although Actinius is
I'm the wrong person to ask for that.
Actinius is no pushover.
What did Jordan say?
That is the wrong person to ask for that.
How? Please.
Is it 400 each or 400 collectively?
I don't understand.
100.
If we enter as a group, is it 400 each or 400 for the group?
100 gold pieces per person.
Ah, okay.
As an entry fee, covers clerical and medical expenses.
I'm in.
I say we hold off on anything.
Well, the slot isn't
too rash today.
for kind of peeks out one of the door has a little window and it kind of peeks out the window. I think it's not until at least a few hours. So if you want to go enjoy some of the fights that are going on right now, you certainly can.
We should reserve the spot though. So. I mean, unless you guys are doubting my abilities.
Ox, I think you should fight today. I'm not sure that I'm quite prepared.
Like I said, it's not for a few hours. If there's preparation you need to do, there's time. It's not right now. It's just this afternoon. It's only just after
would we need
midday
to fill
right
the would we need to fill the slot right now though? Is I guess what the question is.
Well, if you don't reserve the slot right now and someone comes in later and takes it, then it's gone.
I have 22 gold on my person. Can anyone
Do we have to declare
spot
what?
me?
Do we have to declare exactly what we want to participate in, or could we add
We-
participants later?
Yes, you need to declare that beforehand. There's especially if you're fighting one of the other ones, one of the other fights besides Actinius, then the games keepers and beastmasters have to get everything in the proper cages and whatnot. So there's logistics to handle.
Well,
Ox, are you sure you think you can do this?
If anyone can take him down in this group, it's well.
You wanna?
Oh,
You would not beat me in a
Okay,
fight.
that is without magic. I'm using magic, and I'm fully stacked this time.
You used magic the first time we fought.
I was not fully stacked. I only had 1 true strike. Now I've got 6 if I really want.
It sounds like there's
And I
some
can heal
debate that needs to go on.
Oops.
So why don't you folks, you can find your way over to one of the corner gates, make your way into the stands, enjoy some spectacles, see if it's for you. Come back.
Okay,
I'll be here.
I say we let her fight.
I'm gonna put 22 gold down. Just wait till after we come back. We're gonna
Keep your gold. I can't keep that.
Okay, fine. Okay.
It all has to be either all of it or none of it.
Okay, let's go look.
If you really want to fight, I can spot you at 80 gold.
Ox,
I'll
I
buy
am
my way into
willing.
this.
If no one else is opposed.
What, Janus?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, if you need somebody to spy you money, I can spy you 100 gold. If you also, but I want to join in too.
You want to fight with me?
Not against you, no, but yes, alongside.
Yeah.
Shouldn't before we all get into this, shouldn't we watch one of these fights?
Yeah, I guess.
That is true.
I'm gonna stand.
Because I wouldn't
right
mind.
by
I
Janus.
wouldn't mind one of these as well, but I want to see what we're going up against first, or at least the magnitude of it.
Cool. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go look
Alright.
at the stadium.
Okay.
Let's go watch a few fights.
I'm fine with signing Ox up right now, but perhaps we come back another day after we've seen what there is.
No, Alvin's right. It's really wise to not just jump into something and then we lose all our money. So if this is outrageous, then it's no point. But if it's not outrageous,
Oh.
then we've got a chance.
But wisdom rarely wins the glory.
Yeah.
If we're gonna watch a few fights first, there is something I would like to do while these fights are going on.
Okay.
Just doesn't have to happen immediately right this second, but while the fights are going on, I want to just kind of ask around, see what senators or nobles are watching,
Okay.
and who might be potentially watching our fight.
I'd be game to kind of back you up on that mission.
Hmm.
Like if you want some help,
That'd definitely be helpful.
yeah, then I'll I guess rub elbows with you.
I'll hang out with Ox.
Let's watch a fight. Noah, I think if I did use magic in a fight against Alvyn, I would win because I can heal myself. Unless you crit on with your axe, that would.
Well, because the thing is, you have magic, but when I've been fighting, I haven't been using my weapons.
Yeah.
He's just been punching.
If we.
I've just been
It's
punching.
gonna
I'm not
take
even
him-
proficient with
he-
unarmed.
He's just
I
gonna
know.
need to land one hit, one crit with that
Uh-huh.
hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it. Yeah, because if you're hitting. It just depends on how well you're hitting. Man, I really want mithril armor. It's 1,000 gold. But I want it. I would also. Oh, I would put Shield of Faith up, though. So I would have. Like a.
Crit don't care.
Okay.
You're asking for a lot there, buddy. Coming from
Hey,
somebody who
Alvyn,
regularly rolls below a 5.
You and me are gonna
I've crit
fight.
occasionally.
We're gonna fight one of these nights where, like, well, I'll put a Cure Light Wounds on the side, so if someone does go down, we've got backup. That'll be what we play for, but we'll go all in.
Dude, don't forget, Sam wants his shot again, too.
Alvin has just had a terrible idea.
What?
We're not in the office with this guy yet, are we?
No, I figure you guys are probably outside at this point.
I'm almost wondering if we could play this away to get them to put us against each other in there. Then no matter what, we come out ahead.
We could see.
Oh, we'd have to do it tactfully, I think. I'm not sure they'd like... Yeah, it depends.
I mean, they might not, because it's like at least when I was at like the Red Sands, it was like I was a hired person, and they wouldn't hire 2 people to fight against each other because they wouldn't win.
Exactly. Well, what I was wondering is like what it takes to get hired by them. And then if others of us could sign up against the hired person, if that makes sense.
I see that.
Got some faces I'll get to try.
Well, I think I'd have to win a fight, or one of us would have to win a fight first to be noticed.
That is the idea.
But I volunteer for sure.
Oh, let's get in there and watch a fight.
Oh my goodness. I could also cast Hold Person on you if we were playing a fight that was unfair. Which I don't think your will is very good compared to her DC.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen a character with as high of a will save as mine, but like that 0 it's up there.
Oh no! Oh,
Wow.
gosh.
Most of the characters
He's
I
a
build
hard
have,
man
like,
to convince.
have like a negative will saves.
Yikes.
That's what I'm
Don't
asking
forget,
right now.
I am a barbarian.
That's just because I like playing alchemists so much. They don't need wisdom.
Yeah.
They don't need wisdom at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, my DC is a 17 right now.
so you guys make your way around to one of the gates to enter the Circle of Champions as spectators. You can pay 5 silver pieces for basically the peasant seating, economy class, I guess you could call it. Or you can pay 5 golds for, like, essentially ring seats.
Janus, you think it's worth it to shell out the extra 5 gold?
Jacob?
He's... Oh,
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, Sam just asked if it was worth it to shell out the extra 5 gold.
I do think it is worth it. And I do have the money to spare.
Very well.
so 5 golds from each of you. And
Ox, which seating do you want?
Oh, just nothing fancy. It's fine. I just want to be able to see.
the more expensive seats put you closer to the fighting.
As close as we can get.
Have a feeling you'd say that? Alright. Do you have the 5 gold, or...?
Yeah, I've got 5 gold for myself.
Okay.
Do you need 5 gold?
I've got it.
Cool. I will pay 5 gold to get
All right.
close.
So you guys, ooh. Hold on, I just dropped my sticky notepad, which is really important. Okay. All right. So you pay your entry fee, and you make your way up a set of stairs. The crowd is growing louder as you are closer, and as you come out of this dark upwards tunnel of stairs, sunlight beaming down because it's noon right now onto an arena.
Are you pulling up a map?
Oh no, there's a map.
Is there a map?
So the building itself is circular, the arena is not. And I don't have this populated with any kind of fight stuff, so that'll be Circle of the Mind or Theater of the Mind. But you see stands around this structure. There are these ones that are close by. There are box seats that you see that are kind of cordoned off and a little bit higher and separated off from, and they're kind of interspersed around the arena itself. Looks like most of them are empty, but there are 3 of them that look like they're occupied. And then there's seats like back behind you, and that is like filled with people, and they're just shouting and yelling. The arena itself, you see around this periphery tall statues. Their bases, so the arena itself, the floor of the arena is about 15 feet down from the level of the lowest seats, and these statues' bases go up that 15 feet, and then the statue itself is another 15 feet tall, and they're regular intervals around, and they're all of different figures wearing different armor. Everything looks like from the east, from Lunabar, Solabar, to the north, TL and Kjolar, all different kinds of armaments, the men and women, half-elves, humans, dwarves, no gnomes yet, and even a half-orc. And
Is it Grot?
it's not Grot. It's not Grot. But maybe he strikes a strange resemblance to Grot.
Oh.
One of his brothers?
Oh my gosh. Oh.
All right.
Oh gosh.
So, as you are coming out and you're taking this all in, the arena itself, the floor of the arena is covered in sand. There are places where the sand's a little thin and you can see just like dirt underneath it. It looks like sand's just been spread over the arena itself. There are several rocks that have been set up. There's this winding skeleton of some massive creature, giving partial obstructions and things you can hide behind. The rocks look like you could climb up on them. In this arena, there's a group of 4 people. They look like they're all humans in height. They're all wearing what looks like a uniform of sorts. It's like yellows and reds, not a Legion uniform, but the same colors as a Legion uniform. All wielding different. One of them's got looks like some kind of heavy crossbow with a big crank mechanism on it. There's one who doesn't appear to be wielding any weapons. Besides, they're just holding their hands. They have a satchel at their side. There's one that's like covered just head to toe in like plate armor, big tower shield, and a mace in the one hand. And this one's like fending back a creature, and the other one is kind of moving around the battlefield wielding a pair of swords. The things they're fighting they look like shoot, let me pull them up real quick just so I do this justice. They are fighting spiders that are this dun sand color. They stand taller than a horse. Their hair, their frame is really lean, and they move very quickly and scurry around very quickly. And you even see as the one that is being held off by the individual in plate armor, as it steps back and burrows under the sand, and there's this big like oh from the crowd, and then it jumps up onto like the one that's moving around with the two swords, and this fight is going back and forth. And okay, and as you
I do happen to have. Oh, sorry.
actually, Sam, give me
I happen to have knowledge nature.
give me a knowledge nature check.
Okay.
I also
And
have
this is
knowledge nature.
actually you do have knowledge nature, but you would not be familiar with these creatures.
Okay.
It's a 4. Dang it.
Aw.
Man, there's something like you feel like
I mean, it's a 10 total, but
okay, a 10. Yeah, there's something like on the tip of your tongue, like it's you feel like you should know what these are.
Oh.
But you just can't you can't quite, like the memory or the thought keeps just slipping right out of your grasp as you're trying to get it.
I also have knowledge nature. Could I see what they are?
You do have knowledge nature, however, you would not be familiar with these creatures.
Okay.
Sam gets this knowledge nature check because of his background. Okay, so you see as this fight
semester abroad.
fight is raging back and forth. These spiders seem they're quick, they're nimble, they move around, they scurry quickly, they strike, they jump, and it seems like all this group can do to try to keep the spiders in front of them. The one who doesn't appear to be wielding any weapons, you see as they're casting spells, and you'll see like a jet of flame shoot from him, or at one point there's this actual ball of fire that's rolling around, and even leaving like little melted pieces of glass where it melts the sand as it's rolling around, trying to get to the spiders. And eventually you see as the one with the heavy crossbow just kind of peeks around one of the rocks while the plate armor one is holding off the spider, and lands a hit like right through the legs into the abdomen of this or the thorax of this spider, and it just kind of and tries to like pull away, and then the mace comes in and finishes off. And now with one of them down, the other team members are able to kind of circle and corral and dispatch the second one. And when that happens, there's a big roar from the crowd. There's injuries, none of the four have escaped unscathed. They've all been hit, some of them pretty bad. And you see as gates open from either side, and clerics like run out. Some of them go to the fighters, some of them go to the spiders. And so you see as the fighters are kind of walking back towards back into the thing, and then there's through magical means these spiders are picked up and moved back through another gate. And then there's like, shouting and stuff. There's like people moving up and through the seats, going to get like food and drink. There's people moving around with like they've got a backpack that's literally just like a keg, and they're just like, collecting coin from people and filling their mugs.
That is so cool.
And it's like an interlude of sorts as you see attendants come out. They're kind of scraping the sand clean.
Why don't they have those
turning
people?
the sand over, hiding the blood stains and stuff like that, resetting things that may have been broken or dislodged. And that was one fight.
I want to watch the beginning of one. I want to see how they start these things. This is amazing.
I'm with you on that.
Kind of those spiders. I know that I've seen them before. It's gonna bother me all day, but it's quite the spectacle.
Okay. Okay. So as the attendance clear and everyone's kind of, talking and like this moment, like, in between fights where people are just talking, enjoying and laughing, and they're like, and they're definitely, if you look around, maybe not necessarily in the seats that you're in right now, but if you look around back behind you and stuff, there's definitely some coin changing hands as well. And so okay. So all this kind of continues, this hubbub continues as you guys are kind of walking around, looking around. You guys can meander around at this point or just wait for the next fight to start.
I think now would be a good time to start asking around, seeing who is of importance here.
Precisely. Yep. I'm with you.
I'm just gonna wait for the next fight if that's okay. I want to see exactly how they start it because I want to make sure that when I start that I'm not like caught off guard. Like if there's a horn that's called, then I know,
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna wait and not miss it. I don't want to miss it.
I'll stay here with you.
Okay.
Sam, you circle around that way. I'll go this way, and we'll see what information we find.
Okay, if you're not back by the end of like 2 fights, though, we're gonna assume you're in prison.
Probably a good call.
Janus, I'm not sure what diplomacy you've been up to, but I wouldn't worry about it.
So yeah, we're gonna go off information gathering.
Very well.
So who is spearheading this attempt at info gathering?
I think we're both going separate ways.
Oh, you're going separate ways?
Gathering
Okay.
information. Yeah.
Go ahead and give me both diplomacy checks.
Oh, baby.
Using the same die. Let's see. That is a 19.
Nice.
I got a total of 27.
Wow. Okay.
Hey,
nice. 27. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. What information are you looking for specifically? Are you trying to figure out if there are senators and watching, and if there are, who they are?
Yeah.
That's
names
your
and stuff,
main,
and
your
noble.
main goal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. My main goal is absolutely... It's kind of a two-pronged offensive. On one side, I would like to know what kind of causes the people are championing around here, like what's popular among the people and maybe what's popular among like the elite. And also, I want to know if there's any dirt to be had on anybody.
Okay, by
there
causes,
is that. I would like to know corruption.
By causes, do you mean like in this arena, like what people are wanting to see, or just like a general, like maybe make that more specific for me?
Yeah. Like I just want to see like maybe if there are certain senators that are popular with people and like some that aren't, and like, I want to know who the old curmudgeonly jerks of the Senate here are and who the like young upstart like idealists are.
Okay.
And kind of where they fall.
Okay.
I'm going more for just if any of the politicians are like quote unquote just widely known as like corrupted.
Okay.
Rumors, more so.
Okay. So both of you, with your roles, will be able to learn that there are 3 senators watching today's events. There is Senator Claudius Melissus, yeah, Claudius Melissus, and I will type these in the Discord chat.
Do it in the Roll20. So
I can do it in the Roll20 chat. So. There's Sextus Elverix. And there is Cassia Castina. Okay. And Sam, in addition to that, you know or you learn that Claudius is on the Council of Merchants. You learn that Sextus is on the Council of Defense, and that Cassia is on the Council of Administration. As far
I'm looking for a pen, paper right now. Sorry.
You're good.
Okay, so Claudius is defense.
Is a no. Claudius is on the Council of Merchants.
Then defense.
Sextus is on the Council of Defense. And Cassia is on the Council of Administration.
Sweet. And what's like the vibe here? Is this like all spoken in whispers, or is it like something people openly talk about?
No, they tell you that. They'll tell you that. It's just really the diplomacy is more of a matter of finding the right people and also convincing them to talk to you about politics instead of how spectacular of a fight that was. You know, you basically went to a gladiator ring and wanted to say like, well, how about the taxes this year? You know?
Oh yeah, you gotta finesse your way into that. You're like, man, that Claudius, he's just always, the whole reason, doing merchant stuff.
Yeah. The whole reason people are here, and this is kind of connected to thinking about like what, I guess to use the verbiage you used, what causes people are championing, right? It's difficult to discern that here because people are here to be distracted. They are here for a spectacle. They're here to not think about what might be going wrong in their life. They're here to see people fight things or each other and cheer and root for their, whoever they decide is their favorite person. Maybe bet a little bit on and maybe make some extra coin that way and just kind of enjoy the spectacle. As far as corruption goes, it's not like neither of you really get anything on like, oh, I heard so and so was like embezzling funds from this council or this fund or whatever, or like money was supposed to go towards this project, but that like if you did an accounting of the project total, they didn't use that much money, where did it all go, kind of a thing. None of that happens. There is a general like layman's attitude, no, not maybe layman, average Joe attitude of like, the politicians are just, out to line their own pockets and, we just do the best we can with what we've got, try to, have enough for our families and ourselves and try to make life better for our kids, kind of a thing. But Sam, you do know that of the three senators here, Cassia Castina is is pretty young for a senator and could be classified as an idealist.
There's our guy.
Your gal. It's a woman.
Oh, gal. Oh, perfect. There's our gal. This is a very progressive society for the time. I like it.
And I'm assuming, like, since we're going opposite directions, we'll like meet up on the other end.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I'd say it's about this time. You guys probably took, say, maybe 15 or 20 minutes or so kind of trying to move through the crowd. Like, you're not having, none of these conversations are long. Like, you're really just kind of moving through, trying to find someone who looks like they, one, might know any information, like in a position to know any information you are looking for, and two, someone who's willing to talk to you about it, stuff like that. So it takes you maybe about 20 minutes to work your way through the crowd, meet on the other side. About this time, the crowd starts to quiet down again as one figure walks out of one of the gates with like it looks like he's holding a stick in one hand, like a short length of wood, about 12 inches or so long. And he walks out directly to the center, where underneath the sand, a pillar of like, it looks like smooth sandstone pillar starts to kind of raise up, and he steps on it and it lifts him up to like 15 feet up, level with the bottom level of the seats. And he stands there, and as this is happening, it goes pretty quiet. There's the general hubbub of people like, whispering, I wonder what the next fight's going to be, stuff like that. But it's pretty quiet. And he lifts the wand, or the stick, slipped up there, taps himself with it, and his voice rings out to the whole crowd of people. And let me get my best announcer voice.
Monster truck
moment.
rally. Monday night. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have quite the surprise for you this evening, or this midday. The Foe Breakers have decided that they wanted a new challenge. And there's excited whispering at the sound of the Foe Breakers.
Foe Breakers.
And a surprise entry for a fight this afternoon, kept under wraps. The Foe Breakers are taking on the highest level of the Trial of Sands. And there's just like some people, it's just excited, rampant whispering. People are still trying to stay quiet, but they're failing miserably. I know.
Does anybody faint?
No, but everyone's kind of leaning forward in their seats. I am just as excited as you, and just as hopeful to see the Foe Breakers victorious once again. Maybe. Without further ado, your champions, the Foe Breakers. And the pedestal starts to lower again, and as it does so, one of the gates opens, and you see 5 people walk out. They're all wearing dark gray underclothes. They're all wearing extremely nice gear, weapons, armor. Even from this distance, Alvyn, you're it's like if you were coming in, you saw a group of Lamborghinis just roll in. Alvyn, you're just wow, that is really nice arms and armor. And some of it's pretty exotic. There's swords in weird shapes and things you haven't seen before. Probably from the east, you would guess. And these people enter and they're raising weapons. One of them has a staff. There's ones with this massive looking bow. And there's swords and shields. There's one with it looks like a spear, but it has a circular blade just below the spear tip. And there's shouting and cheering of, people, and then there's just Foe Breakers, going through the crowd as they're kind of moving towards the center of the arena, and they're raising weapons and saluting towards the crowd. And the announcer has walked away back through another gate. You see in front of the frontmost seats, right, there is a wooden fence, just like less of an actual physical barrier and more of like a, hey, don't go past here, you know, you could easily get over it. But in that space, there's a boardwalk between that and the walls. And you see file from 2 doorways, groups of people wearing, looks like, clerical robes, you know, almost like kind of like costume, like people dressed up as clerics. All kinds of different ones. There's ones that looks like it's in deep blue, and it looks like as they pass by, you can actually see like lightning bolts moving across the fabric of it. And there's all kinds of, there's ones in green and white, yellow and gold, and it's so like showy and ostentatious. But you see these people like line up nearby each of the statues, and they start like chanting quietly in unison. It's not loud, you can't hear it, but you can see each of them start to kind of be covered in glowing light, and then they press their hands to the statues, and you see this translucent, semi-translucent bubble essentially start to cover the inner pit of the arena. And as it fully seals, it actually turns so translucent that you could forget that it was there. You would only notice it if you're looking at like the border of it, where it's thicker as you're looking through it, and it kind of warps the air a bit. And then that same announcer, you can't see him, but you can hear him. For your own protection, we ask that the crowd stay away from the barrier of the pit, and please remain seated at all times. Should something require an evacuation, please make your way carefully and orderly to the exits. Enjoy the show. And then there are just drums, just boom, 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 boom.
So
and you
cool.
see the group of 5 in the center. They're talking to each other. One of them is kind of looking like he's coordinating, and they start to spread out. The one with the staff looks like they're mumbling spells, and like you can see shimmering energies covering them, and others they're preparing for battle as they kind of spread out in the center of this arena. Boom, 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 boom. And it is dead quiet. Dead quiet. And then you hear as the portcullis on one side is lifted. And there's this like roar, growl, and out just charges out of this opening a massive 8-legged lizard. It is, come on.
8 legs.
It's thick-bodied. It has a short tail. It's this drab brown color that mingles perfectly with the sand as it charges out, and it's looking around, its tongue flicking out of its mouth, and you notice that its eyes are glowing with this pale, sickly green light. And as it just breathes out, there's this basically like faint green vapor that just comes out from its mouth. And then I need to start rolling to see how these guys do.
Do I get a nature check again on that?
Yes, you do.
Oh my gosh!
I hope you're successful.
That was a 13.
13. You know what? Given this creature, I say that is enough for you to at least recognize what it is. Sam, you know, you're into it. Like the showmanship of this whole thing is really well done, and you are like sucked into it. Even though maybe this isn't necessarily your jam, what you find interesting, it was so, all of it, just the ceremonies and the ostentation, and it was so good. You draw it into it, and as soon as this thing comes out, there's like a moment where like the bottom drops out of your stomach. It feels like as soon as it comes out, you see the 8 legs. It's a reptile. its glowing, sickly green eyes and the vapor coming out of its mouth. You know this from your homeland. It's a basilisk.
Oh gosh.
And
Oh,
it's
boy.
like you are like you instantly flash to stories of patrols who were found weeks after they had gone out on patrol, as a patrol came through and found just this almost perfect like scene captured of a fight of just the patrol frozen in stone. There's even like, you know, there's just all these horror stories of this, and it's something that doesn't happen very often, but it's something that like is like the boogeyman, I suppose you could say, for anyone traveling around in the wilderness of your homeland. It's just like it's the one thing you really don't hope to find. There's plenty of other stuff to worry about, and probably much like way more likely to run into, but this thing is like this is hands down, this is like swimming out in the middle of the ocean and a shark is there and you're bleeding. It's like, oh, I'm gonna die now kind of thing. What you do with that information is up to you.
Are Janus and I back together by this point?
Yes, definitely.
I'm just gonna look out. I'm going to mutter something ominous in Lunabarian.
All right.
Do you know what that is?
What was that?
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I'm aware. Dear gods, have you ever heard of a basilisk?
Can I roll to see if I've ever heard of a basilisk?
You can. The DC is going to be pretty high, but go for it.
Are you guys on the other side of the arena from us,
Mhm.
or did you come?
Yeah, we
back?
met up on the opposite end.
Okay.
They are. They're on the other end.
Ox is like drooling, like, this is the coolest place ever.
26.
26. Okay, yeah. You've not really like personally heard of or seen a basilisk. You will say you heard about one from one of the Faye that Mother Madrala has as a friend, where they got this book from a human as part of a contract, and you remember like them having a conversation about these horrific creatures in the prime planes, and you remember the basilisk being one of them. And the thing that was so horrifying was that it can turn people to stone by looking at them. Beyond the fact that it's also a giant lizard with claws and it can bite things and it's poisonous. But that's the thing that sticks out most in your mind.
Oh, is that what that is? That's just not good.
As you're
Stories about
watching,
this thing.
as you guys are watching, are you two moving back over to Ox and Alvyn, or are you staying over on that side?
I'd like to start moving back that way with one hand on my weapon.
Okay.
making a point to not look at this thing directly.
Okay.
No wonder they erected the bubble.
Yeah. So,
The bubble.
as you're moving around, by the way, you notice that while like each of these people that you've passed that are standing next to these statues are definitely very showy, very ostentatious, like they serve a purpose for the whole show of it. Each and every one of them looks like they are like prepared to cast a spell, like if something goes wrong. Like they all have spells at the ready, basically. They're not just standing there all like stiff at attention, not paying attention. Like they are very actively watching what's going on. So you as you're moving around, this fight starts. The basilisk sees its new meal in front of it, as it charges in at the group kind of scatters and moves to kind of envelop and surround it. One of them looks like they're trying to cast some kind of spell, and you see like black smoke kind of cover the basilisk's head, and they're hitting and attacking it. The basilisk is slashing with its claws, and you see as one of the group members like steps forward to attack, and you see them kind of falter and like start like coughing and stepping back, and in that moment the basilisk like reaches out and swipes them with a claw and like throws them. They hit like a rock and slump to the ground, and there's this big like oh from the crowd. But in that same moment, the one with the staff kind of steps back and shoves his hand forward, and you see this small mote of light kind of shoot forward. And as it's doing so, you see the other members of the team, without any kind of like vocal coordination, it looks like they just immediately kind of step back. And as this little mote hits right near the basilisk, it just detonates in this wall, like huge blast, and you feel the heat and the like just the echoing sound of this blast resounding in the acoustics of this. And as the smoke clears, the basilisk is still there, looking pretty upset. And
Alvyn, I think I could take that thing.
No,
I'm serious.
I'm not too sure about that.
You underestimate my power.
You know what happened to the last guy who said that?
He lived on for a very long time.
You see the one that has the kind of peculiar spear runs over to the one that's fallen in the sand, kind of places a hand on them, and then you see them kind of like start to move and get up. And then you see as the basilisk swipes out at one of them, manages to land a pretty heavy blow, and you see as the person kind of like like shrugs it off, like, okay, come on, like I'll keep fighting. And then you see as they kind of like and they kind of like stumble away a little bit and just fall to the ground. And oh boy, this is not going good. And then the basilisk like goes and bites them while they're on the ground and thrashes, like just head side to side, thrashes with this person, and then just leaves them, like throws them basically across the ring or across the arena, just hits the sand, falls completely motionless on the ground, and there's just blood on the sand. And a big like from the crowd.
Alvyn, I'm telling you, I could.
Still think you can take that thing?
Yes, I really think I could.
See as the one with this like massive looking bow steps out from around a rock and pulls back to shoot, and right at this moment the basilisk turns and looks at it. The archer lets loose the arrow, but as he releases, you see as the eyes of the basilisk flash like green, and the archer just starts to, and you see as what small, the skin that is exposed turn gray as he's just locked in place, staying there. The arrow just kind of flies off into, actually you see it flies, hits the bubble, and gets ricocheted down into the sand. And you guys watch as in a matter of like less than a minute, as this basilisk tears through this group of 5 called the Foe Breakers. By the end of the fight, as like the fight is starting to turn south, there's only 2 of them left. It looks like the wizard and the one with the peculiar spear, and they are just doing everything they can to avoid the basilisk. And you see the one with the staff, not the spear, the one with the staff, like raises a hand and like flags to the nearest cleric up on the corner, and there's like a horn that blows, and then all of the clerics you see in unison cast a spell, cast a spell, and you see is like these like pulses of energy hit this basilisk from every conceivable side as it's like claws digging in the dirt as it's trying to move forward to these two, and it's like slowing down and then eventually just like slumps to the sand, breathing deeply, and like sand is just like with every exhale just poofing around its snout as these two like breathe a sigh, and they just like, and then after a moment of like, are you okay, they run over to their teammates, and you see as more clerics like run out onto the field to give emergency aid to fallen party members, and another group pull the basilisk back into the portcullis.
What are they using to pull it?
Magic.
They just okay.
Lots of magic.
All right,
There's lots of magic going on in this place. Yeah, and there's like, it's like silent, like all the sounds that you hear, people like, oh man, like I really thought they had that one, or like fear of like, did you see that thing? Like I can't believe something like that exists, and just like mingled disbelief and sadness. And then there's always that one idiot like, yeah,
I'm cheering.
One of the best. Oh yeah, okay. There's Ox like, yeah,
not the basilisk. I was like, that was amazing.
There's coin exchanging hands once again.
Alvyn, I'm really sure I could last longer than those guys. At least I'd probably die, but at least I last longer.
Are we back yet?
Yes, you guys, but like it. You guys eventually get back, but like that fight was done before you got. I'd say it was done by the time you got halfway back.
Even if you lasted longer than them, we're still out 400 gold.
Janus, I'm not.
Or 100.
You're not fighting that thing alone, Ox.
But what if I could?
And what if you died and they weren't able to bring you back?
I'm just gonna hold my flask and not answer.
I'm not fighting that thing.
I'm not sure I feel safe in the city anymore, knowing that thing is nearby.
So I think it's pretty safe to say that the 2,000 bracket is not on the table anymore.
That was the 2,000 bracket.
Some of the best fighters I know would never even utter that thing's name.
I will mention the basilisk was pretty hurt. It didn't come out of that like unscathed.
It did take a fireball to it.
It did, and it was but it was definitely winning. Also, at the conclusion of the fight, after they've moved the basilisk, after they've, you actually see them as they like pull out a cart and they like tip over the petrified archer onto the cart, and they kind of wheel him back inside. And as it kind of like clears out, this magical dome that had come over the arena starts to, drops.
Wait, Sam, do you know what that thing was?
What was that?
Do you know what that thing was?
Yes. I've heard stories about them. I've never seen one myself. I've never known someone who's seen one and lived. It's a basilisk.
Care to enlighten us? Oh, basilisk. Do I know what that is?
Make a knowledge nature check, I guess.
No.
No, you don't.
I do not.
No. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy creatures in this world, and you're just not familiar with this one.
Yeah, I will, I'll explain that a basilisk is basically like... So you know how some people are afraid of, like, drowning or death or the years of unimaginable torment at the hands of, like, some horrible, horrible disease?
Aye.
People in Lunabar are similarly disgruntled at the thought of fighting one of those things. Basilisk is easily the most dangerous thing in the desert. It roams the sands and it owns them. And whether or not it knows that is immaterial. I've known men that have readily squared off against armies of tens on their own, and, well, I've never known one that would want to fight that.
What's the next highest bracket?
Wow.
I think it was 1,000.
Was indeed.
Perhaps they've got a
And
sound
no,
wave.
we have to fight
Did
for
you
that.
see how nice that lot's weapons and armor were, though?
Sorry, I'm not much of a blacksmith. I'm not very familiar with armor. It was shiny.
I just...
Not sure what you're driving at.
Okay.
With gear that nice, they still got dispatched that quickly.
If you asked me to take up arms against that thing, I'd refuse flatly.
I'm specifically trying to convince the one to my left here of that same exact point.
And I'm reiterating it.
Look, I'm just saying that you don't know me well enough to say that I couldn't handle myself against it. That's all.
Orcs?
Let's
Orcs.
well. They keep these things alive, so we can always come back. I say we go after something like the 1,000 gold one. Go after that, and then come
Actually-
back later for the other one.
We should probably try to figure out what bracket those spider things were.
Maybe a bad place to start, but Ox, if I may dissuade you further,
You can try.
you see this weapon on my back?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, it's kind of in a tube right now.
Oh.
Alvyn, for demonstration purposes, we're going to assume that everyone's seen what's on the inside of this tube.
Yeah, I say you've shown me. You fought with me. Yeah.
Yes. I spent years of my life dedicated to the study of combat to wield this weapon.
How many?
I think it was 7 to get to the point where I was. I know men dedicated further decades than I've lived, than you've lived, to the study of combat, that would not face this enemy under any circumstances. I know soldiers, men and women, who would gladly fight a king's army before they would fight that beast. Because no one wins against a basilisk.
No one yet. Look,
And
it's fine. We don't have to do that for this fight today. It's okay. If you want, I can just fight this Actinius, get 500 right away. That way we don't have to pay even more out of our pocket for a fight that maybe we would lose. So, like, work our way up.
Are you sure you'd be able to take him?
I mean, I'm willing. Did they say if we could do 2 versus 1 or it's 1 versus 1 with this guy?
Actinius is a 1v1.
I can take him. Mm-hmm. Yep. Confident.
Would it be more prudent for a couple of us to enter like the 400 or 500 bracket?
I guess we could ask what the 400... We just go back. Let's just go back. Yeah. Do we have 400
I'm
gold?
not sure I feel well today after that.
You wouldn't pay 400. Oh, well, if all 4 of us entered it, we would break even. That's the issue.
Yeah, sorry, hold on. I'll amend that to be 500 because I just
Okay.
realized that wouldn't make sense either. Why would you take a fight that you wouldn't win any gold?
Well, only 3 of us would go into it, maybe.
Still, 500. 500 is fair.
So there's a 500, 1,000, and a 2,000.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 500s, a 600, a 1,000, and a 2,000.
I still say we go for the 1,000. I think we're fairly competent as a group.
But
Competence is one thing, but
I mean, there are nomadic tribes that worship the basilisk as a god.
look, if we were taking on the basilisk today,
I'm
I
sure
would lose.
1,000
I'll just say
is-
that. We should find out what this 1,000 is, and then I need to prepare for it maybe tomorrow. With what I've prepared today, I could definitely do the 1v1.
I say take your shot.
should we just let off the 1v1 then?
I'm in favor.
Also be a fun thing to watch.
Great.
Agreed.
Okay.
We're going to go sign up.
All right, you head back in to the gladiators, the door that has gladiators over the top of it.
Mhm.
Same person is there. So, enjoy the fights?
Yeah, did you see the basilisk?
I didn't see it. Hopefully someone fights it when I'm not working, but I did know it was happening today. I couldn't say anything because they wanted to keep it under wraps, but did the foe breakers win?
No, not even
Oh.
close.
Well, bum of that.
Yeah.
They were this
Real
close to
shame.
becoming champions, too.
Wait, how do you become a champion?
Oh, there's I don't know the specifics of it, but fights, increasing difficulty, things like that. It's all regulated by the higher ups. So I'm not privy to that. I'm just a cleric. But interested in a fight?
Yes.
Let's see. So just to refresh you on what we have, and he actually pulls out, like he has like his leisure. He pulls out some flyers from under desk. Sorry, I forgot we had these. Slaps them down. Of course, you can. There's Actinius the Viper. You can fight him, but that's only one person. You can fight. We have several different levels of the Trial of Sands, and you can choose from these. And each of these little flyers has a picture on it, and like basically like win, whatever bounty or whatever bracket that they're in, 500, 600, 1,000, 2,000. There's no name to them. There's just a picture. So obviously there is the basilisk. The 1,000 gold bracket is this. It looks like a large worm, muscular body, scaly. Hold on. Its mouth is just this nightmare vision of rows and rows of sharp triangular teeth. Yes, I'm gonna have you make a knowledge nature check for these at the end.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, Edward.
The 600 it shows a spider, or actually shows 2 spiders, similar to looks like those spiders that you saw in the first fight that you witnessed. The one of the 500s looks like a trio of scorpions. And keep in mind, there's nothing in the drawing for reference of scale. And the other 500 looks like 3. They look humanoid in appearance, but they're very much snake-like. They have cobra-like hoods as their heads go into like a snake's head on a humanoid body covered in scales. They are wearing doesn't look like they're wearing really much of armor. They have clothing on, but it's like light clothing that you would expect to see in a desert, maybe even stereotypically so. And you see they have like these broad-bladed curving swords at their hips. They have short bows. Go ahead and make that knowledge nature check.
Oh, jeez, that was a 9.
9 total?
Yeah, 9 total. I rolled a 3.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's the basilisk already, which also to specify is as a greater basilisk. You don't recognize this worm creature. The spiders seem familiar, but you can't quite place them once again. Scorpions, they look like giant scorpions. They're relatively common to run into in your homelands. One of them, with competent group of people, one of them isn't too hard to dispatch, but you have to be careful. When there's groups of them, like, those stingers and pincers are no joke. The other things, are kind of an odd little, like they're almost like, most of what you heard about them is more with folktale. They live pretty deep in the desert, pretty far away from people, but they're called Gorgoni. They're essentially like snake people.
Cool.
And
Do I know much about them, or?
With a 9, you remember the name, you recognize them, but you don't. There's not a whole lot there. You know that they're intelligent. They're not like, if they're here, they're probably not here against their will.
Okay, they weren't captured. They were like paid.
Yeah, they're as, like, you are pretty sure they're as intelligent as the next person on the street.
I'm prepared to fight Octavius, Alvyn.
Actinius?
Yep. Alvyn, Sam, and Janus. I think I can handle a person better today. It might be very quick too, so if you guys want to keep going, we can keep going. Oh, but I guess it's just one fight today.
I've had it.
Yeah. Is this the only fight you're wanting to sign up for?
If you want help, we could go after one of the little slightly higher brackets.
So the higher brackets were creatures.
There's
Mm-hmm.
Actinius is the only person one-on-one fight. The other ones are team fights against creatures or humanoid creatures.
So with the
Gorgoni.
spells that I've practiced today, I think I'm going to have a huge advantage if I fight a person than a creature. A creature, I could still do stuff, but it's not going to be as effective. But we'd all be together. So it's a group decision, I guess. Whatever, as long as I get to fight, I'm going to be happy.
Well, let's have you fight Octanius today. We can come back and do some of the other fights at another time. I think. Be less prudent.
How many openings tomorrow?
I think we have no openings tomorrow, but we do have.
We have something we've got to do tomorrow, anyways. Don't forget, Ox.
Right. That's just one.
Right, but it requires your services, so you wouldn't be able to tailor them specifically for the fight as well as you would if we did it later.
Fortunately, we don't have any openings until, I'd say, the 11th, which currently right now it's the 7th.
Yeah. How many openings on the 11th?
2 right now.
I think we should definitely reserve one spot.
One of them is for, looks like just afternoon, and the other one is in the evening.
If we want to put one person down, but then want to change it to like all of us later, is that allowed to do a change? Like how much in advance do we have to like change it?
Yes, you can change it. We prefer at least a day's notice in advance. Like I said, I'm sure you saw that basilisk and other creatures are difficult to move around sometimes, so that needs to be planned out beforehand.
What do you guys think?
I'd sign up for anything other than a basilisk.
I'm in the same boat.
I'm there as well.
So we do. Let's just reserve one spot, but we can like add more after we get the money from today's fight.
Oh, we don't have the money on us right now, anyways. So
I like the confidence.
Yep, just thinking we're gonna be $500 richer. Gold richer.
Dollars? What are dollars?
I don't know. Weird word.
Alright, let's put one of us down for that on the 11th. And we'll be sure to update it before then.
Would you like the afternoon fight or the evening slot?
Which one has the more people that watch?
Typically evening.
We should do evening.
Evening it is.
Evening it is.
On the 11th?
Evening it is.
I will put that in my calendar. I have one item on my list.
Only thing left to decide is what bracket.
We should decide that after today, because when I win, then we can pay for all of this.
Oh, well, we got to put down a bracket for the reservation, don't we?
Just one, right?
You can, yes, but it seems like it will be subject to change, so I can just put the lowest bracket in there for now, unless you know what bracket you wish to fight in.
You said you want to do 1,000, Janus?
Yeah, let's do 1,000. I think we could handle that.
Okay.
I'm not so confident.
You're not so
At
confident?
least it'll be a story.
It'll be a story and a 400 gold.
What's the
ticket.
1,000 bracket again?
It's the worm.
Looks like a worm-like creature. Mouth just
Teeth.
rows of teeth.
That's the teeth one? Okay.
And not worm like earthworm, worm like the side of its like smooth, scaly surface.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Magic the Gathering worm.
Yeah.
Dune.
Okay, well, I don't have the money, so like,
Yes, but not that big.
you guys pay for me, or
We don't have a size reference.
Well, you don't have a size reference, but you can guess that it is at least smaller than the ring.
that's true.
Mhm.
Who's paying?
Well, it's the same price to enter whatever bracket, right?
Yes, it's 100 gold pieces per person, regardless of what fight you're wanting to go into.
Put me down for the 1,000. I'll hand him 10 plat.
Excellent. Very well.
That's
Janus,
such a bad idea.
Janus, you have the 100 you're gonna spot me for the fight today?
Yeah.
Cool.
I put down 100 for you for the fight today.
And
I'll
will you
reserve my spot also for that fight with Alvyn.
will you all be joining the fight on the 11th?
Yeah, but we're not
I will
gonna
be.
pay for it until after we win today, right?
That's
my
fine.
better
You don't
job,
have
no?
to place your reservation. It's just if you don't have something right now, try to think of some kind of name for your group. If you are a group, the crowd usually loves it. It makes it easier on the announcer. He doesn't have to remember a bunch of names. I will also, if you're wanting to fight Actinius, I will need your name as well.
Ox the Tempest.
Excellent.
AUX.
Okay. The Tempest. Got it.
AUXTHETEMPES.
I haven't heard of you before. Are you from
I'm from Savaria.
Savaria? Okay, make a note of that. Okay.
Yep.
Excellent. Of course, if we'll record a name of some kind. If you want, if you have one ready. If not, just try to think of one beforehand. It's usually preferred.
Well, not the foe breakers.
They're my favorite.
I'm not saying that in characters.
Oh. He's just like
that sounded totally like something that Ox would say in character.
I guess
so.
it was.
he's like, screw them. They lost.
I didn't.
They deserve it.
Okay, you know what? No.
I hope that guy stays
I
petrified.
say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're a lot of people really like them. They're kind of like, that's okay. They'll bounce back. They're strong. They learn from their
One of them's
defeats.
really strong right now. Like, it's strong.
Next
as a rock.
season,
I do have a question related
It's just like
to the Fabric.
what? Yes.
Wait, what did Ox say?
He's as strong as a rock right now.
Oh. Yeah, so among the medical services, do they have any way to unpetrify someone?
And
Is it called petrify or is it like paralysis?
it's petrification.
Okay.
Yeah, it's petrified. Paralysis is can't move.
Yeah.
Petrified is turned into stone.
Yeah.
I'm sure they do. We have very gifted clerics. I very much doubt they would let a basilisk run around rampant without being able to cure its maladies. Everything is very carefully controlled here. A lot of people enjoy the illusion of danger, but really they do everything they can to keep people safe, because if it wasn't safe, no one would come. Because no one wants to get ripped apart by, whatever monster they happen to bring in this month. Or
And just make sure we have this on track. Alvyn and I have put down our gold, and it's just you two that haven't, right?
Yeah, well, Alvyn
Or they
currently
fight on the
holds
11th.
keys to all of my gold, so...
Janus is paying for Ox today, and Alvyn is reserving a fight for the 11th, but I'm going to earn money today so that we can put it towards the 11th.
So right now, Alvyn and Janus are set down.
Are paying 100 gold each.
Are set down to fight on the evening of the 11th. Okay? Janus is paying another 100 gold for Ox to fight today.
Oh, so you're doing 200?
Yeah, for me it's 200.
Sam is not placed in the 11th of the fight on the 11th, and neither is Ox.
You can put my name down, but I'm
I
gonna
can't
pay.
put your name down until I receive payment.
Today, right after the fight.
I look forward to it.
Great.
I hope the fight goes well.
It will.
Well, if that's everything then, please be back here. He's talking to you, Ox. Please be back here at about second bell, just before second bell. Make sure you take care of any preparations you need to take care of, and just be here ready for a fight.
Great. I'm ready. I'm holding my glaive. I've got my bag.
Okay. The fight isn't until second bell, so.
Is there something we need to go do before we come back here?
I think I was going to watch a few more fights.
That's a great idea.
You said there's a market around the arena?
Yes.
I'd like to take a little bit and go just talk among the common folk for a bit.
Okay.
And I want
I
to figure
will-
out what this worm is.
Specify
Oh, yeah.
that this market around the arena is specifically geared towards adventurers. So
Okay.
there's no general goods stores here. It's all.
Is there
Go ahead.
an area to set up a market stall? Not a full-on storefront, but
There
A stall?
I mean, you could set up a stall anywhere you want.
Is there an area with other stalls?
Not in this part of the city. Everything here looks pretty established.
Oh, we've got like 10
We
swords.
have a lot of gold in swords right now.
Yeah, your guys' armory business is not very liquid at the moment. A lot wrapped up in products.
We've got over 1,200 gold wrapped up in swords right now.
Dang.
I just want to go around and ask Ryan a bit more, not just on the senators and the arena, but just like, are there any senators that are like a little bit more corrupt, or any like major rumors going around about senators?
Okay.
Good idea.
Any of them.
So that's
Preferably the ones in the city.
Okay, that's what you're doing. What is everyone else doing? You have about an hour before Ox needs to be there to fight.
I'm gonna go watch some fights with Alvyn.
Alright.
I'd like to find the foremost expert on wormy, awful death monsters in the city.
You can certainly peruse the buildings around. Like I said, it's geared towards adventurers, so
Find a lobby
there might be something in there to help you.
Book on it.
I mean, can I try to track down rumors about what exactly that 1,000 gold thing is and how bad it is? Like, it seems like these people might talk about that sort of thing.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So you two are going to watch fights. Are you going to be looking, like, basically circling around the crowd, asking people? Sam?
I was thinking, like, outside.
Outside? Okay, that works.
Or maybe, like, if I see a group of people holding weapons and nursing injuries, I'll walk up to them.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to need a diplomacy check from Sam and from Janus.
Okay.
I'm carefully watching these fights, by the way, to like kind of take mental notes on like.
Damn it!
Whatever.
14.
I've officially jailed all of the d20s I had out. I'm looking at an 11. I rolled a 2.
Gosh.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay. So we'll start with Sam. You talk to a few people. The best you get. Most people just call it like the worm, or like sandworm, or desert worm, or something like that. So you basically like and so you get the names of like desert worm. You got sandworm. You got like death worm. You got those three. Those are the three different names that people will give you for this thing.
I mean, desert and sand don't sound too bad. Death, on the other hand.
Hey, you're just glad that they didn't say like brutal dismemberment worm or like osteoliquefaction worm or something like that.
The hemorrhagic fever worm.
Yeah. Radiation worm. Those don't show up until next month. Janus, what did you get for your diplomacy?
14. I rolled a 3.
Oh, man, you guys are some awesome rolls here.
The curse has been broken. Ridiculous.
Okay.
You know what, Jess?
I guess only a fight would be able to tell.
You hear people complaining about the. Yeah, I love it when my mind goes blank.
Worm.
No, he's asking.
Forget all the lore ever written in the campaign.
Yeah. What? Wait, where are you guys even? What time? What year is it?
Claudius.
All I can think about is SpongeBob memes.
Have they invented airplanes yet? A lot of it's just like complaining about the executive council. there's not a whole lot of like specific. You do get one name, a Senator Drusus Scipio, which I will put in the Roll20 chat. Whoops. If I could spell my own names right. You gather, like, people are... There isn't... The word corruption isn't thrown around. Just more of, like... Just a general disgruntlement on how things are being handled. Just in general. Just kind of vaguely, like, I don't like how they're running the country, kind of vague. The only name you get besides ones that you've already heard before is a Senator Scipio. He might be on the executive council. You're not fully sure.
But people are unhappy with him.
Yeah, as far as people being unhappy, his is the only name that you gather from people.
We're finding the cracks, and we will destroy their democracy.
Take that, democracy. That'll show you. Okay. Okay. Got that written down. All right. Is there anything else you guys are wanting to do? Oh, you guys, you'll see one more fight before your time comes.
I have a question about the starting of the fights, if they're consistent, where the drums beat, and then there's a double beat, and then that's when the doors open.
Yes. You don't see another fight where they erect a bubble over the arena.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, so you'll see the fight that you see is against a group of people, we'll say... I'll just roll the die for that, too. I'll just roll dice for everything. Who cares? 6 people. Not wearing, like... It looks like pretty common gear. Alvyn, it's nothing to, Like, you've got... Like, you're pretty sure, like, hey, that short sword that guy has looks a lot like the 20 other short swords that we have. Kind of thing. It's kind of generic. Like, it cuts, it swings, it doesn't break, it does the job. You see, this fight is between this group of 6 and 3 giant scorpions. And there's, cheering. There's this group of 6. Definitely, actually, both of you give me a sense motive check.
My first roll!
Three.
Oh, snap.
14.
Okay, Ox. With your experience fighting for a crowd, right? This fight goes on. There's like close calls and like at one point like one of them falls down and a scorpion's like stinger is like jabbing in the sand and it's just barely missing and it's like so close and like all of this stuff like happening and it feels like a really close fight. But Ox, you notice some things. There's a little bit too much of like when one of them lands a hit on one of these scorpions, there's like this moment where they pull back, like they land their hit, and then they don't fully commit. Like they hit and then they pull back and then they kind of like to the crowd a little bit. They're playing to the crowd. These 6 people are definitely trying to make this fight look like it's closer than it actually is.
No, I don't. Because I've done that, so I appreciate it.
So they're definitely you see is like this fight drags on and on. Slowly the scorpions are gaining injuries. The fighters are also 6. Why am I saying 6? There's 4 people. They couldn't do 6 because they'd lose 100 gold even if they won. Don't mind me. I'm just stupid over here. Can't do basic math. Flipping.
No wonder they were pulling their punches.
Yeah,
it was
no,
so easy.
Yeah. So this group of 4 is, they're getting injuries too, but they're always in places that aren't critical. They're always grazing hits. They're always, like slight injuries. They always avoid the stinger. None of them get hit by the stinger. And so this fight drags on, and eventually, like, this spectacular ending where one of them like climbs up onto a rock and like jumps off and lands on this scorpion and impales it, and they dispatch the other 2 in like similarly spectacular ways, and the crowd loves it. They're all in it. They're really happy. There's a sense of like, we just saw some of our like favorite band of fighters just get wrecked by something, like absolutely destroyed. And so we're glad to have a victory, So
Ox is bored.
Alvyn, it looks like a really close fight. It looks like there's some really, despite these people's lackluster equipment, they are very clearly know their way around a fight, but there's still there's close calls in it. It looked like a good fight. It was entertaining.
It was a damn good fight.
Yeah, didn't you see how they were like easily dodging that stinger though? Like they knew what they were doing.
It looks pretty close to me.
I don't know. I'd rather see them fight that basilisk, even though if it was one-sided. More fun than watching that.
So is Ox actually cleric of death? Is that what we're learning today?
No, you're not learning. That's not what she is.
Ox likes high stakes.
Don't go to
You
Vegas
could
with
ask
Ox.
her. You could ask her.
Yeah, we could bet money, but why don't we bet like our internal organs?
Our lives.
I bet a kidney that I could win this card game or something.
Papa needs a new pancreas. Let's go.
Okay, so that fight ends. There's another intermission.
Alvyn, have you ever fought anything like that?
You mean like a giant scorpion?
Yeah.
I can think of a few
large arthropods before.
I was gonna say I can think of a few invertebrates that would fit that description.
Like what?
Like a giant crab?
You really want to know?
That's what I'm asking. I'm pretty straightforward.
May or may not have fought a few crabs bigger than those.
Crabs.
Aye.
Did you win? Well, did you
I'm
win?
here, aren't I?
How many did you kill?
3.
Sense motive? I can't remember.
How many were there? I can't remember either. I just said it.
We only killed 2.
It's fine.
That's okay.
Yeah, there was.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I'll bluff. I said that fully knowing that it probably wasn't right.
17. Oh, look at that. We met.
Oh, hey, okay.
17.
That doesn't seem quite.
3.
Something about that doesn't seem quite right.
Aye, there were 3 of them.
Did you do it by yourself?
Wasn't strictly speaking by myself.
Hmm.
I also don't remember much of it, but
That's a shame. not remember a fight?
Well, to tell you what, if we go in there, I probably won't remember that either.
Would you rather remember? I know I would.
I don't really have a choice on the matter, it seems.
Oh. Do you like go in the Feywild and get cursed or something?
Something like that.
Okay, don't tell me. It's fine. Whatever. Let's go to this fight.
You know me, I tend to block out a bit.
Just don't block out when we're getting the money, right? Make sure we collect on that.
Aye.
So we can fight again. I'm ready to go.
Okay. Alrighty. Ox, you make your way down to the gladiator's entrance. There's the same clerk, seeming a little like excited. Oh, good, you're here. Excellent. You just this attendant here will show you where you need to go, and explain kind of how it's going to work. Although you've seen some fights, so it shouldn't be anything crazy or new. Good luck.
Thank you. To the group, wish me luck.
Always
You
the
got
best.
I'll place a bet on you.
If I die ever in your company, we haven't gone over this, but my funeral, I would like it to be during a thunderstorm. Okay, bye.
Cremate my body with lightning.
Does she not know that they won't keep the dead?
Let her think what she wants to think. Maybe it'll make her fight harder.
I suppose.
I said ever in your company. This is the first time it's come up. Like legit possible deaths. For her, at least. Okay, do you want me to move my token out there? Start. Ooh.
Yes.
If I can move my token out there. Oh, I can't. Sad. Oh, that's because that's a handout. Ah,
Yes.
characters. Here we go. Bloop. Which side do you want me on? Left or right?
Okay.
Ooh, and no, we gotta get some battle music.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, she's going to say to Alvyn, make sure you make a bet that I don't get a single scratch. It can be small, but please do it.
I said I'd place a bet on you. I didn't specify what the details of it. Just leave it at that.
I bet she doesn't make it 2 minutes. Okay.
Right side or left side?
I'd like to place a bet too. 5 gold that she would win.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say you guys are in the nice seats. You can find someone who's willing to throw around 5, willing to bet gold. You're gonna start here.
Okay.
Oh, I was gonna place a 10 gold bet on Ox, by the way.
Okay. If you got, yeah.
But I was gonna wait until after I saw the other guy walk out.
Okay.
So now the
Okay.
truth comes out.
All right. So the announcer walks back out.
Mhm.
No, like, stone pedestal raising this time.
Mhm.
But he walks out, and you hear his voice.
Hang on a sec.
The heck was that?
Who is the song?
I have no idea. Hold on. Did I copy the right playlist?
If it pulls from YouTube, it might play an ad sometimes.
That was a song for sure.
I vote we just play the Macarena on a loop.
I say we just blast Hall of the Mountain King at full volume.
No.
Yeah, I'd vote for Benny Hill theme.
Oh, Jake, I'm gonna ask if this is a universal
Yeah,
experience.
that too. That would be a good one.
Did you ever listen to Peer Gynt in like a music history class? Like just the beginning with like
Yes.
the morning.
I can't hear anyone talking.
Is it true
You can't-
that
I can't.
everybody,
Hang up and go back in.
like every music history professor starts that song, goes, "This is way too quiet," and just like cranks the volume, and then like 30 seconds later, everyone's just immediately deafened?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, cool. So the announcer steps out. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final fight for this noon until we resume fights in the evening, we have a 1v1. But first, I am pleased to announce that Varen of the Foebreakers has been successfully resuscitated and has regained feeling in all of his extremities. And I would like to once again thank our wonderful clerical staff here at the Circle of Champions for their tireless efforts in keeping all of us safe and in fighting shape. Without further ado,
Casting Shield of Faith on myself.
our challenger hails from up north, the city of Savaria, a newcomer in these parts, hoping to make a name for herself. Welcome, Ox the Tempest. And there's your portcullis raises, and there's like cheers, and as you are, the attendant's like, okay, go step out there.
Oh yeah, I should probably step out there.
Okay, and there's cheers, and I don't know how whatever you're doing as you're walking out there. You're kind of
Cracking my neck and like rolling up my
Getting
shoulders.
ready?
Oh, I'm wearing my outfit and I've got my glaive. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like ready to go.
Okay.
I'm just focused on the fight, not the crowd.
You walking further in, or are you just
how
standing right there?
how far should I go?
The attendant. I'll say the attendant told you to kind of walk up towards near the center,
I'll go there.
like right about. We'll say right about there.
Yeah, I go there.
Okay. And her challenge today. He hails from the exotic and arid land of Solavar to the far, far east, a master of the sands and of the serpent. I give you Actinus, the Viper. And there's, crowd goes, yeah. And the other gate opens. And, come on, give me the right layer. Out steps, you see a man wearing, looks like simple leather armor. He's carrying a small sword at his side. He has a bow and a quiver of arrows. And around his waist, at his hip, there are several, they're odd. They're like little glass, or not, they're like little clay jars arranged on his belt with looks like a cloth top to it. Just kind of stretched over and kind of somehow held on.
Is he coming towards me?
Draped. Actually, can you give me... Yes, he's walking towards. Actually need you to give me a perception check, and any of you three, if you're so desire.
You should start playing
I very much want
the
to.
music. No.
I'll unjail. One of my dice is out on parole. We'll see how it goes.
16.
That was net 20, so.
Aw.
Hey! Your parole officer smiles upon you.
12.
16.
Okay, so 16, a 12, What's the total for the nat 20?
26.
Okay, Janus?
That is going to be... 1 second, trying to find the modifier. Yeah, it's only a +2, so 16.
Okay, cool. Even with a really poor roll, Sam, you're the only one who spots this. As this man is walking out, confident gait, he's moving perfectly balanced, as someone accustomed to fighting. Around his neck, it looks just like a fold of his clothing, and you've seen similar. What he's wearing is very common for in Solabar. It's light, but it's functional, like light leather armor. But at his neck, there's like a ruffle of the cloth, and you can see concealed in there, even like you kind of have to squint and look at it. But it appears that he has a snake wrapped around his neck, like an actual snake.
What the frick?
I mean, there's no chance of me getting a message to Ox, is there?
You don't know message.
I mean, yeah, unless you have some way of like making a paper airplane. No.
Caca! Caca!
That's the snake signal. Okay. So he's gonna step forward. He steps to right here, and he stops, and he's just staring at you. He gives you like a once over.
What's your name?
Sam, do you share this information?
You know his name.
Yeah, I guess I've got people here that
Jesus.
actually can hear me.
You are like what? 60 feet away. So you'd have to be like, "Hey, what's your name?"
No.
Okay. The announcer steps
Hi,
away
what's your favorite color?
as you two, as the crowd starts to quiet down into an expectant hush. And then you hear the voice of the announcer booming forth, "Gladiators, salute." And he raises his bow, like, towards you.
She'll hold up her glaive.
"May the gods bless you. Good luck." And there is a blare of a horn, and the crowd just, rah, instantly. I need you to roll initiative.
I will mention to
Can I not?
Alvyn and Janus that, hey, this guy's a dirty cheater and he's got a snake around his neck.
14.
14.
Have my
I should have bet on the other guy.
bag with me, by the way. So.
14. Just so I can keep numbers. Ha!
I'm not entirely sure who I should bet on anymore.
Well, that's a nat 20. So this is going well so far.
Oh, it's very clear who I should bet on because I know who's the DM and who gets freaking dice advantage.
Okay, so this starts. The horn blares without missing a beat. He doesn't even like break eye contact with you. He pulls an arrow, stabs the top of one of the clay jars, pulls it back into his bow, and he's gonna loose an arrow at you.
Ooh.
That's a good roll. I'm assuming a 25 will hit you.
Yep.
Okay. This arrow streaks across the distance. Wow. Okay. You're only going to take 2 points of damage because apparently I don't have GM bias on damage rolls. But I do need you to make a fortitude save.
Eight.
8. Okay. Right. All right. Okay. As this arrow streaks across the gap, it'll hit you solidly Actually, no, it doesn't hit you solidly because it didn't do very much damage. It grazes the top of your left arm and leaves this burning, stinging scratch that hurts much more than it should. And you are going to take... you're going to take 2 points of constitution damage.
Oh. Okay then. You're gonna have to pull my character sheet up in PC Gen.
Okay.
And just let me know what my HP is now. Is that his turn? While you're pulling that up. 2 constitution.
Yeah. That is his turn.
Is he moving?
He is not.
Alright. Ah! I will, with one hand holding onto my glaive and the other hand reaching out, I will cast Hold Person on him. He needs to make a will
Okay,
save.
your total hit points right now are 28.
Even with the con?
With the constitution damage. Your hit point total has been reduced.
It was at 28.
It was?
So now it's what? You haven't updated this.
Should have gone through.
By the way, Zach, I went with my initial, what I initially said, and I put a 10 gold wager down on Ox.
Oh, the betting has changed.
Well, you lose. You're gonna get it's -1, so you're gonna lose 4 hit points off your total.
Okay.
I don't know why that's not working.
Okay, I cast Hold Person on him.
You cast Hold Person. He gets a will save
Yep.
to negate.
Yep. DC 17.
Oh, I bumped it. Yeah, that's a natural 20.
Jerk.
10.
5, 10, 15. 20.
Okay.
Actually, let's see. Let me see. Yeah, right there is fine. Or no. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to go actually. Shoot, darn.
The bones count as difficult terrain.
Aww.
This head over here would give like that's cover. You'd have to climb up on it. That's pretty tall.
I'm hiding behind this.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Okay. What the heck? You don't know. Stop doing that. Okay, well, I guess he's gonna run around this way and end his turn right there. He doesn't quite have line of sight on you. Wait, does he? No, the rock is, well, I'll give it to you. The rock is giving you full cover, so he's not going to be able to hit you there. It is your turn.
Alright, I'm stepping out. Hold Person.
What's the range on that?
It is 140 feet.
Perfect. That is an 11.
10, 15,
Okay,
20,
he's
25, 30 for 4 rounds. At the end of his rounds, he can take a will save.
of how many rounds?
4.
Jeez.
You should get a will save at the end of every round, correct?
Yeah.
Zach, did you catch that I did put 10 gold down on Ox?
Yes.
Okay.
10 on. You have 10 on Ox, and Janus has 5 on Ox, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Duration 1 lamp. Yes. Yeah. So he gets to attempt to save every round.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is your turn over?
Yep.
All right. He's going to attempt to resist the effects. So 14.
Nope.
Okay.
17.
He's still locked in place. Can you give me a perception check?
Yeah. 28.
Okay. You see, as from under his clothes, a snake goes down his leg, down into the sand at his feet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay.
Inflict moderate wounds.
Okay.
He is helpless, so
He is helpless.
he doesn't get his dex, or having a dex of 0. I get a +4 bonus. Let's see if I touch him. Oh yeah, so 14 plus 3, 17 plus 4, 21.
Yes, you hit him.
All right.
Hmm.
Yay! Okay, so 10 plus 4, 14.
14.
And
Okay.
that's my turn.
Is it the Game of Thrones theme?
Yep.
Yes, it is. Okay. 14.
Mhm.
Not too shabby. You land a good blow.
Using my feet.
You kick him.
Yeah, I kick him.
His body doesn't.
And I kick him, sir.
And I kick her. His body doesn't move as he's like locked in place by hold person, and there's this like like breath that comes out of him, and you can see where you've hit his skin has turned kind of looking gray and ashen. He looks hurt.
Mhm.
It's his turn now.
Mhm.
He is going to attempt to. That fails. However, out of the sands at your feet, a viper bursts forth from the sand and is going to attempt to bite you.
Mhm.
Does a 21 hit you?
Yes.
Okay. It's gonna do. Wow. It's gonna do 0 damage to you.
Forgot to use its teeth. Precious little gums.
Well, vipers are not strong, so they don't get the greatest damage rolls.
I think it should still do 1 non-lethal. You know what? I'm playing for the wrong team here. Forget I
I
said
don't think
anything.
it does any damage.
I'm pretty sure you can't do nothing.
I've had
I'm
negatives
pretty
on
sure you
strength.
can
rolls,
do
so
that.
You can.
I'm pretty sure you very much can do nothing.
Like if you deal damage, I don't think you can do no damage.
Pretty sure you can.
Yeah, because I've had a negative to my strength modifier. So, like, my punch hits, it's just not strong at all.
Having played a character with a weapon that did 1d2 minus 3 damage,
Oh, no! Why?
it was Carrick and it was his tail blade because he wasn't proficient with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess we're just gonna rule that it doesn't do any
Here we go. If penalties reduce the damage result to less than 1, it still deals 1 point of non-lethal damage.
Okay, so you'll take
Page
1
179.
point of non-lethal damage. I also need you to make a fortitude save.
Good golly. I think that fails. It's a 9.
Yeah, that's gonna fail. I need to find my way back over to.
You're flipping coins? Oh.
Just for fun.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is Noah or what is Alvyn thinking?
Just to keep us all on our toes.
Mhm.
Okay, you are going to take 1 more point of constitution damage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead and do that for me.
Yep.
Okay. My turn.
Oh, hold on. Is that going to update this time? Does it? Come on. That's really weird. It's not.
I think
Doing-
it's
does
still
it-
the same sport.
Yeah, that one doesn't. That one doesn't reduce any hit points yet.
Yeah, 'kay.
Okay. It's your turn.
I take my glaive in both hands. I raise it up over my head. And I coup de grace this guy right down the middle.
Okay. Okay, make your damage roll.
It's an automatic crit.
It is an automatic critical, yes.
Do I roll the damage
You need to roll the damage.
once or the
You
3
roll the
times?
damage like it's a critical hit.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, do I roll it
Double the dice, not the damage.
double the... Okay.
Right.
Yeah, you get you roll multiple dice.
You're having me roll multiple dice. What you're
Yes.
saying. Okay. It's times 3, so
16.
16 plus. You'd have to add it on PC Gen to see if it has anything else to it. But
It'll be your strength, right?
shoot! I should have
He's
sniped.
0. So it's just straight 16.
Yep.
Okay, 16, and he needs to make a fortitude save, if I remember right.
Why?
Because that's not enough damage to kill him, but as part of the coup de grace, if you're not killed by the
Oh, there is that extra
if
thing,
you're
yeah.
not killed by the damage, you have to succeed a fortitude save or still die anyway.
Oh. Yeah, look that up.
7. And here I thought this guy was gonna be challenging. You just whip out that whole person.
Mm-hmm.
Fortitude save.
A fortitude save of
DC
10 plus
10
the
plus
damage
damage.
dealt.
Yep.
For 28.
Yeah, so there's... Yeah, he rolled a natural 5, which gives him a total of 9. So, or no, that's you. Hold on, what does he have? It might be slightly better, but it's not going to matter, I don't think. Okay, he's got a total of 11. So you see as Ox steps forward, takes this bite from this viper, and then just over her head, just cleaves down on this guy. And he's still held in place by the hold person for another 6 seconds before his body slumps to the ground. And there's, cheers, and clerics rush out and will see to your wound, your wounds to barely even hurt you. Unbelievable. And they'll pull him off through the other gate. Excellent. Wow. That's not how I thought.
And I will walk back and sit down next to Alvyn and Sam and Janus.
Yeah, there's lots of people just like patting you on the back, like, "Oh, good job, good fight. Oh, I wish it would have been a little bit more of like an actual fight, but good job."
That was amazing.
I did not.
Do I get my gold?
Person. Yes. Yeah. You have 10 gold winnings. Janus has 5 gold winnings.
Yep.
So well done.
Sorry I got hurt out there. I really thought that I had him on that first run, but he was faster than me.
Don't worry about it. You're doing all right. Looks like she dipped that arrow in something.
Does sleeping get rid of this effect, or is this a permanent thing, or do they get rid of it?
Sleeping gets.
Oh, okay.
You recover status damage by sleeping.
Okay. Did they heal me back up to what I'm at?
Actually, yeah, would say they would have healed you back to full. So no stat damage.
Oh, sweet.
You're totally perfect, tip-top shape. Can we get a music change? We're no longer.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I mean, not to brag or anything, but that only took like 3 of my 10 spells that I have today, along with other abilities, so I could do that all day.
No need to get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit late.
It's about late afternoon, or getting close to late afternoon. Wait, no, actually, it's more like
2 o'clock.
probably by the time you get out, it's probably about 2:30 in dealing with clerics and finding your way back.
Did you get your
friends.
winnings?
Did I get my winnings?
Not yet.
Or do I have to go back to the kiosk?
Yeah, you'd have to go. You have to go back.
What's kiosk man's name?
there. Never asked him.
Hey, what's your name?
Are you walking over there now?
Let's go talk to kiosk guy.
All right.
Put me on the spot.
I know.
We'll say. His name's Trey.
Trey. Okay, Trey.
Trey the kiosk guy.
Trey, you wanna, are we all wanting to fight on the 11th, Sam?
Yeah, definitely. But I still don't think we should go for the 1,000 gold thing.
Which one do you think we should take then?
Why not? Why not?
I mean, if they've got a basilisk for the 2,000, I don't think we could take a half a basilisk either.
Well,
depends on which half.
What's wrong with the worm?
I think we could pretty easily take the tail end of a basilisk.
Yeah, right. What's wrong with the worm?
Speak for yourself. Just not confident we can. Listen, money's tight.
She just won 500 gold, so.
Yeah, we're basically entering this for
Could
free.
I have my 100 gold back?
Oh yeah, sure, you go.
Thank you.
Fair enough. I guess if we do it, we become heroes, and if we die, we've already paid for our resurrection.
So I have
400 gold.
400 gold on my person.
Yes.
I'd like to put down my name for the 11th. Yep. So
Okay.
now I have 300 gold.
Yes.
Great.
Sam
Oh.
is still not signed up.
All of my material possessions went into a joint bank account.
I'll put down another 100 for Sam.
Okay, so you have
So I have 200 gold.
200 gold.
Yeah, I think I designated all of my money as party funds on accident. So
I think you did.
I don't know how that works.
We can stop by a bank tonight.
Okay. I'll pay you back, Ox.
Okay. Yeah, actually, yeah, I'd really like that. Thanks. There's some stuff I want to prepare for the 11th.
So are we all good fighting the worm? Or do we want to start off with a more guaranteeable fight?
What do you have on the 12th, Trey?
As far as
Openings?
yes, there's openings.
Okay. I don't know if we want to space it that close. I guess the clerics kind of like heal us up. But we could wait.
How often, like, how late do your openings tend to stay open, out of curiosity?
Well, we've been fairly busy with this whole Trial of the Sands type deal that's going on. I mean, I'd say today's opening was a bit of an oddity. They usually fill up. Well, we've been pretty jam packed, pretty booked, but it is getting closer. They're only here for it's only here for another week or so. So it can't stay too long, or the spectacle starts to wear off. People have seen it; they don't need to see it. They don't want to see it again. That kind of thing. So, should be fairly open. All of next week should be fairly easy to find a slot any one of those days.
It might be prudent to do our first fight on something a bit tamer, and then come back in the next day or two to tackle the worm.
Whatever you guys want, I guess.
I'm just thinking, at least even publicity-wise, better to have a first success, even if it's less significant, than just first time we're heard of. Oh yeah, aren't those the guys who got savaged by that worm thing?
That's a good point.
I still think we'd be fine just going against that worm.
I'm brave enough.
I'm just gonna look at Sam.
It's fine. We could just do it the next day.
I suppose there's never a better time to highlight the dangers of hubris, is there?
Fine, let's keep it as the worm.
Excellent.
Ooh, all right.
We'll see you on the 11th.
How many days is that for?
Yes.
Cool.
The question is, how many found gnomes is that?
Mm-hmm. That is the question.
There isn't like, if you don't show up for the fight, you are giving up your entrance fee. If you don't show up, then you don't show up. You don't get a refund after the fact.
Should we move it to the 12th? Just to be safe.
Yeah, let's do the 12th then.
Let's call it the 12th. Oh, is that alright with you?
Yeah.
Just so we have enough time to finish our business. Alright.
Yeah.
Go ahead and move it to the 12th. Is there a comparable evening slot?
There is, yes. Like I said, it's fairly open. It's the last week
Awesome.
that this event is happening, so. Okay. Well, with that business handled, Ox
Oh, we needed to put down a name, didn't we?
We can come up with one. What should we come up with? I mean, we're like breakers. Maybe not faux breakers, but maybe like breakers of chains.
I was going to suggest...
It's a joke.
That's a little on the nose.
Chain breakers! No.
After today, I was going to suggest something like Ox and the Doo-Wops.
Wow.
They know your name.
That's a great name. Like a band name.
Ox and the Tempestuous Trio.
Actually, Ox and the Tempests isn't a bad name.
Ox and the Tempests.
You guys, you don't even know.
Ox and the Tempestations.
Oh boy.
Oh.
No, you guys need a bard for that to get pulled off.
Ox and the Tempestuous Trio.
You guys can brainstorm it. You
Sometimes
don't need to
four.
come up with a name this session.
Well, we're trying. We're trying.
Trey's Warriors.
Ox
We're doing it for you, buddy.
Well, why not your, like, name that you guys go by?
What do you mean by you guys?
Well, us, I
Yep.
guess.
Don't exactly have a stage name. Do we... Alvyn, I'm new to this. Have you gone by a name previously?
Group names? Not really.
I have.
Sammy, you're familiar with desert ecology a bit, right?
One could say so.
Is there any type of predator that feeds on jackals by chance?
Can I roll a knowledge nature check for that?
Yeah.
We could just be like the basilisk slayers.
Here we go. That is a 21.
Okay. Well. Is there anything you are trying to think of as Sam? Like something like just give me a feel, because this is a big
Give you
like
a
I
what?
could just list
An idea.
the bestiary, but
Oh, okay. What I'm imagining is some sort of desert creature. I mean, our MO really does kind of just seem to be like bust down the door and just like ruin people's days. In a pretty
Occasionally sneak in
Yeah.
through a window successfully.
Yeah, there's every once in a while we get led down into a cave and slowly dispatch a group of enemies, sleeping or otherwise, through trickery and deceit. But most of the time, it's pretty much like, "What's up, motherfuckers? Kick door in, hurt people."
It's either that or, oh, I know, let me turn off the lights.
Shh, we don't mention that. Not in this house.
Sorry.
Yeah.
you take that back.
I thought someone had the light spell. You're the druid.
Listen, lessons were learned.
He
I
had
think
light
we all
prepared
just-
every day after that.
Yep.
It's true. I took light. But yeah, like what's a desert creature that's just known for like barging in and hurting people badly?
Basilisk. There is
Oh, I know. We just call ourselves Roko's Basilisk. Jordan knows
what's your
what that
knowledge
is.
nature check again?
What did you call it, Noah?
I said Roko's Basilisk.
Oh, you're gonna have to remind me.
The thought experiment
I don't know if I'm familiar with that one.
about the AI. Oh, are you not familiar with it? I thought I had talked to you about it.
Sam, what was your knowledge nature check again?
21.
Okay. Okay. So things that come to mind. There's obviously the basilisk is pretty much in the forefront of your mind. There is. There are occasionally there's a particular kind of rust monster called a rust lord that can be found in places in the deserts. For barging in, there are packs of what are called cinder wolves. They're basically they look like wolves. Their hide is charred and blackened and split in places, and it kind of weeps this like fiery ooze type thing. And they kind of work in packs and.
Okay, I'm tabling that one. That's a definite possibility.
The Cinder Wolves? Yeah.
Yes.
Cinder Wolf. Other ones, you have scorpions, of course, of various kinds. There are gnolls in the deserts. There are Bahirs, which is
that's another one to put on the list.
That one's
the list of shit we don't mess with.
Yeah.
Pretty fearsome. That's pretty much on par with a basilisk. Maybe a little less thought of, just because it doesn't turn people into stone. But they are also extremely dangerous, but very rare. And I'm not gonna lie. The desert, the bestiary for the desert's not well filled out.
No, it is not.
I don't want.
Could I chime in with some real life knowledge real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Leopards, hyenas, and eagles also prey on jackals occasionally.
Mm.
Yeah, I was okay. Yeah,
I have an idea.
You have those two. I was more angling for the
Janus?
eagles.
What, Janus?
The eagles.
You already have you as the Tempest. And these two use weapons. Why not like the Stormblades?
I'm a big fan of that.
Has a nice ring to it.
I do like Cinder Wolves a lot.
I do like Cinder Wolves.
That one is a good one.
So I think Cinder Wolves and the Stormblades, those are both good options. I will say, I don't want to have to.
Stormblade, Alpha Force, go!
I really don't want to have to write a song called Hotel Savaria. So I think Eagles is straight out.
None of us can really cast fire, though. I mean, if we had like a wizard that could do fireball.
A lot of it's about presentation as well, so maybe, I don't know. Just some stuff for show.
True, we could go with an aesthetic.
Perhaps we think on it.
I mean, you can really the feel of this place, of the fights and stuff like that, the pageantry that kind of goes on, is definitely the vibe of like WWE, except blood is actually being shed. Mm-hmm. But there's definitely it's all about the show. That's what people
Yeah.
are paying for. So.
Hey, if we get a reality TV show out of this, like, sign me up. I'll fight a basilisk.
Coming to a crystal ball near you. Tune in with your scrying on this Tyrdos. 7 a.m. Central Illyrian time.
Watch as the Wrecking Crew, known for their wanton acts of destruction, discusses where they want to live.
And what storefronts they're currently looking at purchasing.
On this episode of Breaker of Chains, Alvyn and the gang have to figure out where they're going to set up shop. Tune in on the most dramatic episode yet.
Alvyn, I just can't handle living in your clan house anymore.
Okay. So you guys can mull the name over, unless you want to figure it out this moment. I can give you a little. You can have more time.
I mean, if you guys are leaning towards Cinderwolves, we can do that. I like Stormblades.
I think it's worth thinking.
It's worth thinking about. I like Stormblades as well, but only 2 of us use blades, right?
Technically,
Janus, do you have...
really only one of you.
Yeah, theoretically, it's pretty much just me.
Ox doesn't really use her glaive too much. She has.
That's true.
I have a bastard sword.
You do have a sword.
And it says Storm in the name. Are you freaking kidding me?
That's true.
Like, she is all for.
Okay. You have, all told, of the 4 members of your group, not including Malik, you have 4
I have
blades.
2 throwing axes.
Okay, not necessarily. Not a
Janus
whole lot of
doesn't-
slicing there.
Janus, you have a dagger? Is that it? Like, you have...
Okay, you all
I have a knife.
You all have
A
some
knife.
form
I have
of...
some daggers in my boots right now.
Is Janus's
probably
knife
like
a chef's
20.
knife? Because that might not count.
Hey man, cleavers can do some nasty work, okay?
Ooh, the Storm Strikers. Less blades, more hitting things.
It is...
I mean, we could just call ourselves... I think Alvyn has referred to us in-game before as the Supernatural Ones.
Oh, yeah, we have... that is our...
We do have the
that's-
supernatural ones.
That is our name, you're right. It is our name.
Well, it was the name of Alvyn, Grot, and Peg.
This could be a new era, not in
This
dice
could be a
rolling,
new
but in
era.
name.
Could be newer.
Like, the numbers on the dice stay the same. but
Maybe we got to
different.
make our own luck, you know?
Supernatural 20s.
The high rollers.
Now, please, we don't want to just straight up lie.
You fight in the finest silks.
It's not lying, it's the law of attraction, okay?
Let's think on the night of it.
Alright, let's think on it.
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay, let me get a moment to stand and show
Yeah.
off my shirt for a moment.
Yes.
Um,
Says the
Oh, yeah.
the second Breakfast Club,
yes,
and they're wearing neon.
it's nice. I'm
That's the best shirt I've ever seen.
all right.
Glow sticks.
Okay, so you are outside the Circle of Champions after a entertaining, somewhat frightening couple of fights that you've watched. Ox handily won her fight, very narrowly, almost ended that fight without taking any damage, and the damage she did take was literally a scratch.
Well,
Minimum damage.
it
A
hurt,
poison
though.
scratch.
A poison, yes,
scratch.
but
Poison.
yes.
I almost was unscathed.
You
though.
took 2 points of lethal damage and 1 point of non-lethal damage and 3 points of constitution damage.
Yep.
That's it. I'd say you came off pretty good
Using
considering
only 2 spell slots.
how I built that guy to be.
Or
3 spell slots, right?
3 spell slots.
3.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so you are outside the Circle of Champions. It's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. what would you guys like to do?
I need to do some shopping, just real quick, but that can just be a second. If you guys want to meet back at the thingy, or what do
Well,
you
what's up with the what's the situation with Faye looking like? Like, what's the next move there?
Tomorrow we're gonna.
We gotta translate these books.
Mhm. And we don't trust anyone else to do it, so I can just do it tomorrow. I mean, if she's been gone this long, hopefully one more day won't matter.
It might be worth telling.
I thought we agreed to keep contact to a minimum with her.
Well, I'm sure she'd want to hear about this.
Well, we can just tell her what we find out.
Sure, you're not
tomorrow.
just looking for another opportunity to see her again.
Oh.
I mean, I wouldn't complain. However, this is strictly professional.
She did pretty much tell us not to show up at her door again because of how conspicuous our group is, just having showed up here.
Well, she has windows, doesn't she?
Don't you need to take a trip to the bank?
Yeah, I need my money. Please.
It's downright dastardly.
Your money? You've already got. You
No,
mean
he said he was going to pay me back.
What I
put down.
I do think we should get word to her.
Let's leave that to Malik.
Fair enough.
He's the one who works for there.
Very well. But some sort of missive might be in order.
Alright, so let's figure out where the bank is, and when we get back to the brewery, we can ask Malik if he thinks that's a good idea.
Okay. You guys make your way back to.
We're stopping by the
barrel.
bank.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's like a bunch of shops on the way there, right?
There is.
Okay, I'm going to message you what I'm looking for.
Okay. The bank. There.
I'm
is
watching for a
branch.
place with like market stalls set up as well as
Okay.
we're on our way there.
Okay. There is a branch. Of the Everlund Royal Bank just near the square. Almost as if, adventuring types need to be able to access their money so that they can spend it on entrance fees for fights or something.
Yeah.
I feel like these halflings are in our brains.
I wish I could turn. Wish I could make it so this doesn't snap. Is there a way to do that? Oh, there is a way to do that. I'm so smart. Cool. In case anyone's wondering, if you want something to not snap to a grid's point when you're selecting it, just hold Alt while you're moving it around. Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
So you guys go to the bank. Let me.
I messaged you what I'm doing.
Yes, I'm trying to find my phone underneath all my notes and stuff. Yep, there it is.
Which
Yeah.
this is private, is what I'm.
Yes, I got you. Okay. All right. What would you guys like to do at the bank?
What's going on?
We're at the bank.
Okay. I understood. Okay, I thought he said after the bank.
No, at the bank.
At the bank. I mean, I guess we're just taking 100 gold out, right?
Unless you want more
How
in your
much
pocket.
150 gold out, right?
There you go.
So your current bank value is 997 gold, 5 silver, 6 copper.
So you're taking out 150?
Okay.
Right, Jordan?
Yeah, sorry, I have push to talk on and I had to put... It's the whole thing.
I'd like to take out 4 plat.
He's taking out 4 platinum.
Okay,
For
4
Alvyn.
4 platinum and 150 gold.
Yep, so we should be at 807 gold left in there if I'm doing that math correctly.
Yep. Okay.
We seriously need to find a way to sell those swords.
I think a way exists. A way to sell them for market value is a little bit trickier.
Well, that's what I meant.
I guess while we're outside, Janus, you and I are together?
Yeah, I guess so.
Anything you want to buy while we're out here? There's some cool stuff.
Nah, I don't have too much money left on me. I figure I'll save it.
Do you like use spell stuff, like items to cast stuff?
Most of my magic is actually innate.
What does that mean?
Unless, well, most of my magic comes from me. Spells that would take other people materials to use, I don't have to use them. The magic just comes from me, I guess.
Can you?
If it is like more rare or very, very specific items, then yes.
Can you do something like right now? Like, I'll watch. I want to see how you do it.
Let me see. Seeing what I have that would normally require materials. So normally for spells like a mage armor, it requires a piece of cured leather that the spellcaster would have to use for a material component. I can just do it myself, and he snaps his fingers, and you see this this magical, like, glowing green suit of armor made out of not flowers, but leaves. Spreads over his arms, shoulders, over his chest and upper torso and legs. Looks like a very nice suit of armor that's glowing slightly transparent, and just made of leaves.
Whoa.
Yep, this is mage armor.
How many times a day can you do that?
It's a pretty easy spell. I can do it plenty of times.
Like all the time? Like why not
7?
Oh.
7 times today?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it comes in handy.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you, though.
Oh, shoot.
You love fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any reason why, or like, why do you love fighting so much?
I fight to get my anger out. I kind of grew up with an attitude, and I still have it.
Huh.
Like, Like, my dad kicked me out because of it.
Ah,
And so I fight every day so that I can handle it. Because you don't want to see me when I can't fight every day. I don't want to see me like that.
that I don't doubt. Sounds like a lot of people in this group like fighting. Or at least you and Alvyn for the most part.
Yeah, Alvyn says he like blacks out when he fights. I don't really get it. He's like not really talking about it. It's more just like he just says, "Yeah, I black out." Like it's no big deal. But that's kind of a big deal. Wouldn't you
It's
think?
not normal.
No, not really.
Yeah.
But I mean, whatever. Like it's not my problem. If he doesn't like it, then I mean, he could try to see a doctor, I guess, about it. But I don't know.
Sam seems to have a pretty good head on his shoulders.
Sam, yeah, he's pretty fearless, I'd say. Yeah, he killed a bunch of people by himself. No problem.
Huh.
He's pretty ruthless. From what I've seen.
Well, at least I'm on your side.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not, like, inherently bad. I don't try to, like, pick fights with just anybody. I think it's more just, like, if someone starts the fight, I'm gonna fight back. Like, I used to...
But you do enjoy it.
Yeah. Like, I used to work at a tavern where they'd pay me to, like, fight every night. So I knew I was fighting, so I enjoyed that. But, like, going out and just killing people just 'cause...
Yeah.
I mean, I did that once, and it didn't feel good. So, yeah.
Janus's eyes get a bit wide at that.
It's okay. It was like years ago.
Okay, and I guess people change.
Mm-hmm.
So...
And you don't like to fight. Why don't you like to fight?
Just never really found any joy in it, you know? I'd always rather be making something, talking or hanging out with friends, or just exploring. I love exploring and seeing different places, different people.
You want to explore some shops real quick?
Sure. I've never seen too many human shops.
Oh, let me show you what we got. She'll just point out things.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Janus, have you ever had a corn dog before?
Yeah, corn dogs, shish kebabs,
Jan-
meat on a stick. Do you like meat?
Yeah, I eat meat.
I'm gonna drop like 2 gold buying some food for him that's like...
Oh, that's way too much.
Oh.
That's a lot of food.
No, I'm like... Oh, okay. I'll drop 5 silver
Yeah.
on some
Yeah.
food that you could enjoy that's like human food.
You should get some street meat for,
Street meat!
for
Tacos!
5 silver.
Taco trucks.
Easily. Is he gonna be...
Get your arteries ready, brother. You're about to have a spiritual experience.
Yeah, he can be there while I look for that.
Okay, cool. So Janus and Ox are going around shop to shop. Janus, can you give me a sense motive?
Sense motive.
You don't need to.
Okay.
You're not.
Oh.
Are you trying to what you're looking for?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know if I have. Nope. So that's just a +2. That's another nat 20 with that die.
Oh.
22.
Keep that die.
That's a
Yeah, you
yeah.
need to
That's
like
beautiful.
put that on the high shelf, dude.
What'd you
14.
Okay, cool. Janus, as Ox is kind of leading you around this square or this area around the Colosseum, going shop to shop, she's showing you stuff and like introducing you to things But she's definitely looking for something. She's trying to hide it. But she seems to be more focused on alchemical shops. And you see her as like whenever you're like looking around the store, she's usually talking to one of the clerks in like kind of hushed tone, so you don't quite know what she's looking for. Yeah.
Does anything pass hands? Did you want to message me?
If you want to mute your, well, yeah, if you want to mute yourself real quick.
Okay.
Don't worry, guys. She's just looking for saltpeter that she needs
You have
for
How
a
much
medical
is it?
condition and ball bearings
How much?
because she's got a skateboard that's getting rusty.
there's a not expensive option, and then there's a really expensive.
Okay, what's the really expensive?
I'm just gonna
The
assume
really
black tar
expensive
heroin.
option is a
Holy
400
hand effects.
Yeah. So you can find some
Oh,
glue,
Jesus.
20 gold pieces.
Mhm.
It cures in an hour. But you can also buy some accelerant.
I was thinking more along the
Bad guys
lines
so
of
that it cures it in
saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's
Oh, man.
Besides,
Yeah, I'm wondering what exactly
the
is going on.
magic
Because
that is.
this could be a very dark turn for the party.
It takes
I mean,
Mhm.
Ox did just admit to Janus that she killed
Name it-
somebody one time.
Yeah,
10
name of
minutes
this episode,
objects has no
Ox
How much
builds a
is that?
bomb.
2,400.
The name of this episode is the one the NSA
How
listens
much for,
extra
like,
closely to.
quarter size, like a poppin' size dab of it that I can apply
Hi
one time.
NSA. Oh man.
Like, I'm willing to
Oh,
pay
actually, it turns out you can say just about whatever you want on
216
the
gold
internet,
pieces
and nobody's
and
really
5
listening.
silver
If we
just
learned anything at the beginning
for
of this year.
literally a drop out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No.
Okay. Well.
That I can use whenever I can be preserved.
Well, it doesn't work that way.
Tune in next
You
week
need to
when Ox poisons the
buy-
rest of the party.
You need to buy.
Who knows what kind of
So
wacky
the way
adventures
this
someone
stuff
can
works
get
is
up
it's
to
magic glue.
with 16
It
flasks of
leaves the
alchemist
jar
fire and a
open,
time
it
delay fuse.
cures in 1 round.
Mhm.
And even after
Ox makes her own version of delayed
Pull
blast
out a dose,
fireball.
right? You need to put another salve of slipperiness back in the
No,
flask so
no.
that it doesn't cure in the flask.
Okay.
Oh,
Now
God.
I'm thinking
And the
about it.
title of the next
Is
episode is "A Jury Rigged
2,400
Straight to Hell."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking the title of
And
the
a
next
flask
episode
can
could
hold
be
up to 7 ounces.
Yeah.
Ox Plays Politics.
Or 8 ounces.
Oh no.
That's pretty out of the question.
That's fine.
Oh, man.
Find
It's,
normal alchemical
it's never good when they
and
start having
accelerant,
backdoor
which you buy
conversations
both
with an
together
alchemist.
Okay, I won't buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Oh, welcome back.
Hey.
I can still hear you guys.
Oh, we know.
hmm
That was
None of it
amazing.
was said with the intention of hiding it from you.
I very much knew that you guys could hear. Like,
That was great.
those were for your amusement.
Thank you. Yes.
Janus, you don't see anything specifically of like changing hands, but there's lots of times when you're like in the back of a store and she's in the front. So
Yeah.
there's ample. You don't know if she's purchased anything or not.
hmm
How long are you guys planning on perusing?
Oh, just like 10 minutes as we're waiting for them to be done with the bank.
Okay. Yeah. Easy enough. So you guys finish looking around and meet back up. Purse is quite a bit more full.
Sam?
There you go, Ox.
Thank you.
Thank you for spotting me. I won't lie, in the future it's probably be necessary, but hopefully at some point I start to take my own withholdings.
I mean, you could always pick a fight with somebody and then win a bunch of gold.
Well, I do quite like the nickname Pretty Boy, and you don't keep a nickname like that getting into too many fights.
And that's why you got like a cleric to help you out.
Fair enough.
I can hear the announcer now. Our next challenger, Pretty Boy.
But he doesn't need to say it.
What was that about hubris?
Listen, if everybody else is realizing hubris, they might as well too.
All right. Well, what's our next move? We just wait till morning.
Sam's got a question he wants to ask Malik.
Okay, so
Oh, is this about getting a message to...
Aye.
Yeah, I think that's a good question to ask.
And then we might want to like spend the evening looking around and seeing if there's a place we could set up a stall or like what. So.
Yeah. Well, also, Janus and I think, have enough to talk about politics-wise.
True.
Agreed.
We're not currently in a rush to sell the swords, I guess. So.
I mean, how much money did you say they were gonna go for total?
Oh, fucker. 1,200-ish.
Yeah, we're in a rush to sell the swords. All of a sudden, that became a top priority.
well, you can
If we can sell them for market value.
You could sell them to another, weapons dealer, weaponsmith. They're not going to give you, like, full price, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, if we just sell them for whatever we can get, we could go on a pretty sweet vacation. No, we should. We'll take our time.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are
And then ideally we can get set up and like craft some stuff. But yeah. All right.
Oh, exactly.
headed
Yeah,
to the Bearded Barrel, or Bearded Barrel Brewing. You get there and Malik is just sitting at a table like any good predictable NPC, just always where you expect to find him.
Is
Little
he
question mark above his
off
head.
his ass again?
Yeah.
Or did he stop that behavior?
No, he stopped that. He looks like he's having a late lunch.
Afternoon.
Oh, it's good to see you again. Any luck on tracking down Faye?
Perhaps.
We have a lead, but we can't really follow it until tomorrow.
All right. Well,
We found some journals, but none of us can read it. Ox says she'll be able to tomorrow.
all right.
Unless you want to take a look at one of them.
No, I was with you when you found them. I don't know what they say.
Oh.
I was just wondering if you
I
had...
forgot he was there for that, sorry.
So forgettable. I was just wondering if you had made any progress yet. It's alright. I suppose tomorrow isn't going to hurt anything. Probably. Enjoying the city so far?
Well, certainly is.
That's for sure.
Take it that you found the Circle of Champions.
Ox might have also won about 400 gold.
Wow. Congratulations, Ox. I hope it was a good fight.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Quite the prize.
In all honesty, it was...
What was the
That was
fight?
a-
It was just you against another person?
Yep, one bloke.
And the snake.
Oh, that's not a bad day's work, I suppose.
He had a snake too, but it was pretty one-sided of a fight.
Yeah, so honestly, it wasn't much to watch.
Oh, well,
She put him down pretty quickly.
Easy 10 gold for me, though.
May want to be careful with that. You know, the whole point of the Circle of Champions is for the spectacle. So, if you're wanting to, I mean, I suppose that could be your what's the word they use here? Shtick. Could be your thing. You know, Ox comes in and she ends the fight.
Before it even starts, sometimes.
Yeah, that could be a thing. Well,
We also all signed up for a fight on the 12th.
Oh. Wow. All of you together? Or against each other?
Together.
Against what or who?
You're going to love this.
Not entirely sure. It's like a big worm thing. Lots of teeth.
Alright, well, I will be sure to be there to support.
Well,
It would be nice to have someone to collect our effects.
Well, that's a big one.
They'll revive us if we fail.
Oh, I know, but
it's true.
it'll be nice. I don't want to carry anything back if I'm nursing a recent death.
That's fair.
Is there a library in this town, Malik?
You could certainly check the city archives. Depends on what you're looking for.
I guess try to get like an advantage when we fight this.
Figure out if there's anything that it's particularly weak to and get a hold of that. Aye.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, if it's like creatures you're looking for, you could always look in one of the shops around the Colosseum itself. They sell all kinds of adventuring gear. I'm sure someone has books on monsters or creatures.
It's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
I'll head there.
Soul searching on my part could be useful as well.
What was that, Sam?
Oh, I said, and perhaps some deep soul searching on my part could be useful as well.
Well, I don't know if the shops are going to be able to help you with that, but good luck.
Sam, didn't you have a question for Malik?
Indeed, I did. Do you think it would be worthwhile to send a message to... Oh my gosh, why am I forgetting her name? It's,
Adari?
Yeah, Sam would not have forgotten her name. I have the memory of a squirrel. So... We've made some progress, and perhaps you'd like to be informed?
I think let's wait until we can figure out what we can learn from these journals tomorrow. Because right now we don't have much to report other than Faye's house is empty. And
Alvyn just kind of leans over to Sam. Told ya.
Listen, I'm not going to go there personally, but a letter here and there might not be a bad idea.
I'm thinking that Adari would appreciate that any communication we have is as efficient as possible. Once we know where we're going, or some idea, or if we do hit a wall with these journals, maybe then we send her a message and inform her of what we found, or lack thereof, and find out what to do next.
Very well. Sounds like we have a plan.
She knew Faye much better than I did. I haven't spent much time with her. She's a little eccentric, maybe a little difficult to be around sometimes. She's a very sweet gnome. She just is very focused on what she wants to do. there's not always room for what other people are thinking or doing. Very sharp mind, though. Very sharp mind.
Certainly appeared that way. One could say she had a burning desire for knowledge.
Well, hopefully you can bring it up with her when we find her. Well, I'm going to finish my meal. I guess you have the rest of the afternoon and the rest of the evening.
Do you happen to know if there's any rules prohibiting just setting up a random market stall?
I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing that there's probably some kind of you might have to go through like a I'm guessing you'd probably need some kind of approval from the city government at least.
Fair enough.
I suppose it depends on where you set it up. If you're wanting to set it up inside the city proper, I would assume that you'd have to talk to some kind of official or something like that. But I don't know, if you're wanting to go out into like the Faye Gate, or maybe outside the low wall or the copper burrows, you might be able to just kind of set up shop. There's less patrols there. Guards are probably more lenient on that kind of thing.
It's
But
definitely an option.
I wouldn't try it. Definitely not in Silver Ward. I wouldn't try it in Darkmire either.
I do have one question I've been curious about. What is the Faye Gate?
Oh, the Faye Gate is just it's the gate that we came in from. I think it's called the Faye Gate because of the I think it's just because it's the closest gate to the Silver Forest, but I don't know for sure. I'm not from here originally, so I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe
I didn't know if it was actually tied to the Fae or not.
I don't know for sure. It's my best guess that it has something to do with the Silver Forest or something, seeing as we ran into Faye there, and you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's my best guess, though.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and go look for a book on monsters.
Yeah, right. We know she's looking up the Anarchist Cookbook.
If anyone wants to join, you can come.
To serve man and gnome.
Oh dear.
Sam, can I talk to you real quick? Trade notes on what we found out about the politics in the city?
Absolutely.
So, what have you got so far?
As far as since that we're at the games, I know that Clodius was a member of the what were they called? It was the Council of Merchant, like Council of whatever. Okay.
Yep.
Clodius was a member of the Council of Merchants. Sextus was a member of the Council of Defense, and Cassia was a member of the Council of Administration. I think we might have an angle there. She seems to be more of a populist of a sort.
On the other hand, I did find out another senator, Drusus Scipio, member of the possibly a member of the executive council, but definitely falling out of favor. A lot of people have complaints about him.
Anything specific or actionable? Perhaps.
Not that I've been able to find.
Infidelity.
That's what I want to find out.
Misconduct. Bribery.
Why don't you work on this Cassia? See what you can find there. I'll see what I can work up on Drusus.
Excellent.
Come at it from two different angles.
Perfect. I will caution again that maybe we wait for clandestine deals until we have some political clout.
Yes. And until we find Faye, this will of course be on the back burner.
Absolutely.
I figure just now it's good to find all the information we can.
And while we're not doing anything, very well. At some point, I'd like to combine our efforts if we have a product worthy of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ox, you're going to look for a book.
Yes.
I'm going with.
Okay.
Preferably one on all of the beasts that are part of the.
Okay.
The
Are
thing.
you buying a book, or are you
Yeah.
just
I'll
trying
buy
to
it.
find them in a?
I'll buy a book. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it depends on the price.
Okay.
It's my gold.
Go ahead and roll me a d20.
13.
Okay.
I'm gonna flip through it first, I guess, before I buy it, but just here you go, thanks.
Okay. Okay, you, after some searching, managed to find a small section of like a kind of an eclectic, I guess you could call it an emporium of sorts. Just kind of a smattering of different kinds of adventuring gear. Some very, just a random collection of things. And you do manage to find a rather old book. The proprietor is willing to sell it to you for 40 gold.
Does it have worms?
The title
spiders,
itself
basilisks.
is
What's
Creatures of the Far East.
Can I flip through this real quick before I buy it? Or it's 40 gold.
Fine. But just quickly flipping through.
Okay, I'll look at the topical, whatever, the table of contents. Okay. Are there vipers or not vipers? Worms?
So it's broken into, Lunabar. It's broken into region, and you see, gotta pull up the. Sorted by region. You see it's sorted by region, and then it's also broken up. There's another basically index that is saying mundane, magical, and then dangerous. And there is some overlap, but you see bats, cinder wolves, Lamias, red reavers, rust lords, giant scorpions, green sting scorpions, Ubashki lynx, Yurthak, Zahain.
What's a Yurthak?
You see, are you flipping to that?
No. I'm still reading the. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm looking for what I
ant
said.
lions,
Okay.
basilisk. There's several different entries for basilisk. Beetles, both carrion beetles and scarab beetles. Behir,
Worms?
deathworm, dust digger, ghoul, greater ghoul, moles, gorgonies, sandstalkers,
This is a really good book, Alvyn.
Wish I could see it.
Wor-
I'm assuming it's like up on a
World
table.
Moss.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. Whirl Maws and
And
Solifugids.
I'll buy it, but maybe not for 40 gold. What about 30?
Diplomacy.
This is not almost a 19, and it flipped to 3.
Oh.
Oh, this is not good. 2.
No.
You got it. You won him over.
This is clearly a very rare book.
Okay, 40 gold. There you go. Pay him.
Good doing business with
Here,
you.
Alvyn, you can look at it if you want to look at it.
I can't think of a reason Alvin would do this, but I just want to for the sake of it. I'm going to go ahead and flip to Earthak.
Is that thing that we were... Is that the thing that... I was like, what is that?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing? Yeah. What is that?
Hey. There's a picture. Well sketched, but not colored in. Depicts a large, looks like a reptile with leathery wings and a crest of feathers, and it has a very narrow snouted head that also has, and it also has horns in its crest. The book describes it as a huge, dangerous predator of where's my map? A dangerous predator of the Dune Sea. It favors hunting. Its favored prey is a basilisk. It exhibits peculiar immunities to the gaze of a basilisk. It also is completely blind. It also has the ability to detonate things around it. The author is unclear of like the method of it, stating that it is extremely dangerous to study up close, difficult to subdue. So the mechanism has not been discovered, but has been witnessed blowing up rock formations to get to prey.
Glad we're not fighting one of them.
Aye. Alright, I'll go ahead and flip to Deathworm or hand it to Ox.
Yeah, we can just...
Since Ox bought the book, yeah.
We can do it all together.
Let me real quick. Make notes of all that I said because I
Okay.
don't wanna leave you guys
You
out.
can rewatch this again if you want, so you can list it all or do it later.
Okay. I guess I can do it later. I should be able to keep it in short-term memory long enough to record it once we're done. Okay. You're interested. What are you doing with it? With the book?
I'm just flipping through real quick, and then I'll close it. But we're going back to the Bearded Barrow Brewing. Yeah, just as we're walking. But I'm not
The
reading.
ultimate power move totally would have been to buy the book, look up what you needed, and sell it to somebody else for 50 gold.
50 gold. Well, the thing is this might come in handy, actually. Like,
Yeah.
we might, if I study it, and if we ever come across one of these creatures, at least the scorpions we might encounter in the ring. If we...
And the Gorgoni.
Mhm.
Basilisk.
Yes.
Deathworm for sure.
How do we know it's a death worm?
We don't,
Oh.
but that's in the book.
Somebody might.
Oh.
Somebody might know that a deathworm is something that it was called.
I mean, I guess we could read it and then...
Hope.
Yeah, I guess.
We can also see if the drawing on this seems like the drawing on the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, are you guys bringing it back to the tavern?
Yeah,
I think
going
so.
back. Yeah, we're going back.
Are you going to discuss it with the group, or is it
I
like...
would love to.
Yes.
Oh, sweet.
Whose room should we go to? I mean,
Let's go to mine.
I'm sleeping on the floor of Sam's right now, or on the bed of Sam's, because you can.
I think you were on the bed, I was on the floor.
That's right. Yeah, you were on a chair.
I'll invite you all up to my room.
All right, I got the book.
Very well.
Sounds good.
Open it up to death worms.
I mean, if Sam sees the book, yeah, he'll just flip through for a little while. If you let him, like, he might get lost for a minute or two.
Sure, that's
and
fine.
then kind of, gets down to business. It's like, someone did refer to that thing as a death worm. Not something I've heard of personally, but it's worth looking into. And so, I guess let's take a peek.
Okay. So you flip open to Deathworm.
Mm-hmm.
There's a depiction of a large worm-like creature, smooth, muscular, scaly hide, and its mouth is just a nightmare vision of rows and rows and rows of teeth.
That sounds familiar.
Does it look pretty equatable?
Yeah. Looks pretty much like the same thing.
I think we found our beastie.
That looks like it. I'd hate to imagine that there were that many different variations of this kind of thing.
It's not comforting that it's called a death worm.
Well, suppose we read on, see what...
Don't always judge a thing by the name. Basilisk doesn't exactly imply that it turned something to stone.
That's one thing we've learned in this group, it's that names are only worth so much.
Okay. So if you begin reading, the author, the reclusive's deathworm is much feared in the deserts and badlands of Lunabar, the far east, where it dwells. It is feared for good reason, for in battle it has many ways of causing unpleasant death, whether it be acid or lightning or poison, or its terrible ripping gashing maw. This creature is also remarkably good at hiding, and it is exceptionally effective at ambushing helpless and hapless creatures. First and foremost, this creature is quite large. Most observed specimens have been estimated at somewhere between 15 to 20 feet in length. Although it is difficult to discern, they are dangerous to approach in the wild, and I rather like being alive. It's unaware of how these creatures are capable of seeing or perceiving the world around them, but I theorize that they have some way of feeling vibrations in the ground, though testing needs to be done to verify this. It should be noted that it is a dangerous creature to fight, especially in close range. From numerous witness accounts of the rare survivor of a deathworm attack, their blood is corrosive, and damage done with swords or other metal weapons quickly dissolves said weapons and degrades them. The skin.
I think we should change the fight we're planning on doing.
To what?
Something that's not going to dissolve my pickaxe.
What? Let's go to the Gorgonian.
Let's see if we can find the spiders.
How much were the spiders? Is that
600.
Oh, okay.
Better pop. Yeah, let's try to find these spiders.
Are there spiders
What were
in
the
them?
names again?
There are spiders.
We don't know what they're called.
We'll look up spiders. We'll flip through the pictures until we find a spider.
Can I? Well, actually, can I roll a knowledge check on all of these?
Let's
on this
finish
list?
let's finish reading the entry of the Deathworm though. Just to see.
In addition to this corrosive blood, the skin of the deathworm has also been noted to be venomous, and contact with the hide of the deathworm should be avoided if at all possible. Ranged methods of dispatch are advised. However, the deathworm has been observed to expel lines of acidic viscous acid from its body, potentially stomach acid, though that is unsure. It also has been rarely witnessed to discharge some kind of electrical bolt into flying prey or prey that is out of reach.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Well, if we were flying, it would be fine.
So that might not be entirely true.
I don't think any of us can fly.
It would still just hit us with lightning though.
Oh, right. Right, never mind.
The end note of the entries, despite its rather fearsome appearance and various natural defenses and offensive capabilities, this is ranked as moderately dangerous to large caravans, as while they have a good deal of offensive ability and a relatively thick hide, their otherwise soft body does not withstand damage as much as, say, a basilisk could.
I think it's doable.
We'll have to invest in some ranged weaponry.
Speaking for myself, I'd rather like to keep the weapon I have. I don't think I'll find a replacement.
And I'm in the same boat.
I mean, I think we could do it, but I'd rather not go shopping for a new sword.
Well, that's still a few days away. We've got other stuff we can worry about till then.
Alright, let's see if we can find the spiders in here, though.
Yeah, can I just look through the table of contents and see if anything sticks out to me as a spider?
Give me a knowledge nature check.
Alright. I think I forgot how to read. That was an 8 total.
8 total. Just looking at the table of contents, there's nothing that says spider.
I'm at a loss.
It has pictures. Let's just look through those.
Fair enough. Yeah, let's just start flipping.
Okay. Eventually, you will stop on the entry for Sandstalkers.
Ooh.
You see a spider of a large spider drawn actually next to a horse, which it's standing taller than. It has a lean frame with like bristles sticking out from legs and abdomen and thorax.
Can I see the book?
The entry. Sandstalkers are rather agile, 12-foot long on average, aggressive hunting spiders with voracious appetites. Thankfully found only in deserts and typically away from civilized areas, the Sandstalker is a wanderer and lives a nomadic lifestyle, although some have been occasionally seen to build lairs, which usually consist of an open hole and in ground that is hard enough to prevent sand or debris from filling the lair. Some Sandstalkers have been noticed to cover their burrows with a trap door of sorts for ambush purposes. Typically, Sandstalkers are solitary creatures, though occasionally they have been noticed to nest together. I believe this usually only happens during whatever their mating cycle may be. Sandstalkers are without a doubt carnivores and hunt all manner of desert-dwelling or desert-traveling creatures. Their preferred method of hunting is by surprise attack. They are adept burrowers and can travel swiftly through loose sand. They are armed with with a rather dangerous bite and are poisonous. This poison is quite potent. A common strategy employed by the Sandstalker, often at night or in sandstorm conditions, they will, whenever wind is blowing over their front legs, there is a hypnotic sound that is created that has varying effects upon people. Some have found it to be rather did I say hypnotic? Found to be rather hypnotic and can cause a trance of sorts to come over a victim. Others have said that it is nothing more than a simple noise. It's difficult to discern the truthfulness of these, as these are second-hand accounts based on not credible witnesses.
I'll be honest, those don't sound pleasant either.
At least for days we get to keep our weapons.
That is, well, that's not a problem for me.
Well, those were two of us. And I could say for myself that I'm quite less effective without this. And I kind of, pet the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's just a matter if we split the gold minus what we earned. Whether it's a gain of 50 gold for each of us or 150 gold for each of us.
We forget the imminent possibility that we lose it all.
That is true.
I would wager to think that we would have a much better chance against these things. Although if we could find a way to quickly end the worm, since the book did say that it seemed pretty weak if you could get past its defenses, that could work as well.
If you can get past its defenses.
That is
That
the
is true.
if. There's also scorpions and the Gorgoni, but that'd be like a 25 gold profit.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say the spiders are worth the risk.
I think we should
These are
switch to spiders. Aye.
I'm fine with whatever.
Well, it sounds like it's decided. We'll switch to the spiders.
Aye.
Barring, of course, any decisions
Very well.
made in the future.
Out of curiosity, I'd like to grab the book and flip to the basilisk page.
Ooh, yeah, look up what that, breath thingy gas it was. That looked crazy. I wonder if that's, poison.
I'd like to read the basilisk entry.
You read it out loud? Read it out loud.
Yeah.
Which basilisk entry?
There's 4 or multiple. You said?
Do you happen to know what kind of basilisk that was, Sammy?
As far as I can tell, it was a greater basilisk.
8 legs.
Greater basilisk.
Okay. Shows a familiar image of an 8-legged, thick-bodied reptile. While there's no coloring, there is an attempt to put some kind of aura around the eyes. The greater basilisk is the larger and more formidable cousin of the common basilisk. The greater basilisk is typically 12-foot long reptilian creature, dull brown skin or tan with a yellow underbelly. Many in the magical creature community believe that it may have originally hailed from the elemental planes of the earth. The greater basilisk is perhaps one of the most fearsome creatures that one could encounter in the Far East, second or third only to the fearsome Behir and the Earthak, which often preys upon basilisks. The greater basilisk is rather tough, although somewhat slow. It has a fearsome bite and claws that exude very dangerous poison. They are also equipped with a rather powerful breath, which has been reported to cause great harm to those who are around it, though these reports are rather vague and indistinct, as not many have survived a face-to-face encounter. Foremost among what makes the greater basilisk so fearsome is its gaze. Using its gaze, it is capable of turning any creature into stone. Though a petrification is reversible with the correct spells, also has been found that basilisk blood, fresh basilisk blood, is capable of reverting a creature back to its normal state. They typically exist as solitary and only pair together to mate.
Did you find what you were looking for?
I was hoping I would talk more about the mechanism behind how it turns people to stone.
I think it's eyeballs.
No shite. I'm wondering if you have to be looking at it as well. Or if it's just it looking at you.
I mean, they put up that dome, but yeah, I don't know.
Kind of wondering if we all put on blindfolds if we could take it.
Ha!
But then you'd be blindfolded.
I'd be worried about his claws and that breath too. I mean, how long can you hold your breath?
How about we get gas masks?
Yeah, that'll work yet.
There's nothing you could say, do, or prepare me for that would make me fight that thing.
Even blindfolded. What if you imagined that it wasn't a basilisk?
That'd be great.
You could dress the thing in a ballet outfit and I still wouldn't come near it.
Even if it asks you to dance?
Especially if it asks me to dance.
Spiders it is.
Spiders it is.
On the 12th?
On the 12th.
Spiders on
Yep.
the 12th. Okay.
If it works, I'll just run over and let the guy know to change the slot.
Yeah, that
Right.
works. You have the time to do that. And I think that is a good place to leave off. We don't want to go too late.
Right.
I think so.
Sounds good.
So
Yeah, Sam will just head down to the bar and invite Alvyn. He'll say, Alvyn, it's that time again. And if anybody else wants to come.
Oh yeah, I'm joining you.
Ox will come, but she won't drink. She'll just hold her own flask, but she'll never
I'll
drink.
have an ale.
okay.
Yeah, Sam's gonna get real drunk tonight. Honest drunk. And probably just tell way too many stories about what it's like living in a desert. How much he hates sand, how it's coarse and rough and gets everywhere.
Wow.
Damn you.
Listen, you gotta sneak the prequel memes in where you can.
Oh, I know.
Sam, drinking is really
I've done it
good
too.
for your health, right? You can die from drinking. Don't know if you know that.
You can die from fighting too.
Yeah, but
He's got a point there.
it's different.
It's true, it takes a lot longer for drink to kill you.
There's not one healthy coping mechanism in this entire group, I will say.
Janus, do you have a better one? Better idea?
No, none at all. Just a remark.
I mean, I
Janus,
can hear myself
Janus observes
breathing.
the disastrous, the self-destruction. He doesn't have an answer for it.
With that, I am gonna get going to bed.
Yeah,
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
I need to go as well. Jordan, you caught the prequel meme I slipped in when you were buying smoke sticks, right?
I don't know if I heard it. What did
don't
you
wanna
say?
Sell me a smoke stick.
Want to buy some smoke sticks?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh no! Oh,
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Hmm.
You don't want to sell me smoke sticks. You want to go home and rethink your life?